lawyers should know that a bad legal precedent is being set. If they allow this precedent to happen, then anybody can be detained in Nigeria without any charge or case against them. But it's been like that from the beginning. It's not a new thing. We have seen it. We saw that Nnamdi Kanu came out and started talking about issues like this. These have been there because Nigeria is not a country. These are a group of people that are brought together. How can you tell me that people that call themselves 200 million people don't have a president and people are scared to talk about it? When they talk, they say, Buhari did this. Buhari is dead, for God's sake. Stop calling this man. The man died. That person there is not Buhari, just a Photoshop. They're just bringing him in to make it look like there's a president. You know there is none. There is nothing called president. We are reminding the Institute for Economic of Peace to know that now let me talk about these people too, because they are part of the problem. We are reminding the Institute for Economics of Peace to know that if anything up or towards happens to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they should prepare to accept more dollars for their 2023 reports, because we shall no longer care about what label they falsely put on us. We cannot afford to allow the Nigerian government to systematically and slowly kill the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is illegally detained against court verdicts in the Nigerian Department of State, DSS. I didn't know that things like DSS can still exist in the world today, in a democratic world, especially in a place like Nigeria. The military was here, they were not this brutal, I assure you. The military was here, they were not this brutal. Believe me sincerely, they were not. The more they can do is just kill themselves, take over office from each other. And the world cried, they want democracy, they took them out. This is the democracy that we are looking at. Now, this one is secret police. That's what they call them. They sit down there, they disobey the law. They are the law themselves, according to them. So they are above the law. The highest court in the land gives order, and they are not even taking it. 200 million people are looking. Well, there will come a time, they say, when you push a man to the wall, there's no way to go, he will push back. And I think that time is now. It's much overdue. Nobody's calling for war, but the truth is that if you can hold somebody and nobody is talking, it's amazing. The people who, when they say our leaders, who are our leaders? And it's true. There are a bunch of people, just give them naira. It's all money to talk about, business. When they say Igbo, nobody's talking about the people that speak that IGBO. No. We're talking about Biafrans. All of us. The Izon, the Shekiri. All of us are one. We are Igbos. They maybe when they use the word Igbo, you think that Igbo means business. No. There are people that live in a geographical area. Just like we say Biafra. They are the people they are. Because the so-called people that want to take over Nigeria, the Fulanis, the Hausas Fulani, wherever they are, they don't classify you differently. They call you Nyamiri. Nyamiri means anybody that says Nyamiri. During the program, let's go back there. During the program, they never ask you when you come out, are you Nyamiri? No. They carry their clubs, they kill those that they want to kill, and that's it. Everybody's put in one basket. And why did they do this? That was before the war. When Gowon saw that, he said, listen, there's only way to break these people is divide them. Create these states so that you go to Egbema and divide them into two. One side is Rivers State, one side is Imo State or whatever state. Then over the time, the children are now born. They start growing up, hearing that that man is from Rivers State. I am from Abia State or Imo State or whatever. One negi. I didn't even know why they could have gone to India Kwotolo and divided into two so that one part of Ikanya will be on the other side. Then our own side will be different. They did this over the years, and when they start having children, history is banned. Don't forget that. History is not taught in school. This is the only way, the only place in the world where history becomes an illegal subject. History. I live in America. What kind of history museum that we don't have here? History of that, history of that. They are everywhere. How can you not make the same mistake that you made before if you don't know if history is taught to you? No. History is just a lesson that you learn. All they were teaching us when we were growing up is Sir James Robertson, Queen Elizabeth the whatever. What happened in the Bill of Canterbury? What happened in this just useless and worthless things. Telling us the birth date of King George V, when he died and what killed him. Of what use is that to me? Nobody's telling you about who you are, where you started, how you came to be what you are. They banned it. They banned it. That is why the country is ruleless and controllable. We are talking about our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, the traditional people of Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is their leader, who is illegally detained against court verdicts in Nigerian Department of State Service, DSS. They detained him there. The ruling court in the land said there is no charge against him. Even the governors, some people are getting very funny. Governor Soludo, all he can say is, hand him over to me. As what? As Nwagi? Or as your boy? What? Why would they hand him over to you? They don't need to hand him over to you. The God said, let him go home. Then you can go there and settle with him. You can go there and let him, but he has to go. He didn't do anything. What you should demand is, court, why don't you let this man go? Because the court said we should let him go. Nobody is talking. Hey, Miriam is as an onion does not fear fall. When you're on the ground already, most people like us, it's you, the so-called people that think that they are something, that are becoming nonchalant and unintelligent. They refuse to talk. When they see the truth, they won't talk. It will get to you. It will get to you. It's coming to you gradually. Most of you can't even travel anymore. I was in the zoo a couple of months. In fact, I spent about almost 4 weeks in the zoo, both Biafra land and in Lagos. I saw what is going on. People are scared. Do you know that today, most prominent, let me not use most prominent people in Anambra, and either Abuja or Lagos, they can't come to their own village to do the traditional thing, which is the pride of the Igbo person. Keep Nnamdi Kanu. Every day you keep him, you will not sleep and wake up, because you are like a time bomb. You are sitting on the peak of a grenade that will explode and may explode or it's not scare. It's not scaremongering. Come out, all of you people, and wake up one day and say, you know something, enough is enough. We want out. They will not do it. That is why they're using money to entice most of you. Babangida played that game. I have a late cousin who was actually one of his aides in those days. He told me a story in my room. When they came, he said the traditional rulers had said that Babangida must go, and he invited them to a meeting. Because they give you money to fix the road, you chop the money, the man will leave you. But your name there for book. And when they say, oh, you are going to go, he called the meeting. Not all of them together, one by one. I remember they gave you 5 million. So I'm not saying you should bring it now, but go home and send us the account, how you did it and everything. They all went to him. Now, Babangida will not go. That is the game that they are playing with us. Most of the so-called rulers, most of the so-called leaders, because the leader of our people is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We don't have two leaders. We don't have two, just one. His name is Mazi Okuchukwu Kanu. That is his name. Any other person out there, we don't know you. We do not know you. You can answer your name and make, an echo. No problem. But our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All of them that are there, they have been paid off one way or the other. They have some large skeletons in their cupboard that they will sell out anybody just not to get that problem to them. But we know them. We know who they are. Let me tell you guys that most of you guys out there, you are alive today because Nnamdi Kanu is still breathing the air. Because Nnamdi Kanu is alive. Don't talk. Banankete. Mechisiano make as if you people don't know anything. But what we are saying is that if anything happens to this man, God forbid, he told you in one of his statements. Somebody asked him, are you not afraid they're going to kill you? He said, well, they killed me. I'm dead already, so what difference does it make? They kill me now, Biafra will come quicker. That's exactly that is what these fools don't want to listen to. You think that is stopping the life of one person that you have succeeded in doing. What are you doing? The world is keeping mute. But we are going to make them talk when the time comes. Igbo politicians who are trying to trade Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for elections will also pay, of course. Had we known, IPOB never said that their symbolic or shambolic election process they can call election will not hold in our territory. But if they allow anything to happen to our leader, then let everyone prepare for unavoidable consequences. IPOB is still civil, peaceful, and gentle. But the consequence of not releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu alive timely and unconditionally will be left to be imagined by the Nigerian government. The consequences will come. We have not said that there will be no election. We are not interested in your election. We don't know what you're doing. It has nothing to do with us. Anybody who wants to go and vote, that's his problem. It has nothing to do with us. But if something happens to that man, oh my goodness, you won't even come anywhere close. We don't care who you want to elect the president. It does not bother us. We want freedom. That's all we're asking for. We have nothing to do with whoever you elect to become your president. It has nothing to do with us. Anybody can go and decide to be president of the zoo. That's okay for him. But for us, referendum is what we call for, and we have been calling for it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's unconditional release will guarantee a peaceful election, but otherwise will come with a price. Every leaders, elders, traditional rulers, religious leaders, businessmen and women must rise up and seek justice, or everyone will face the consequences of leaving Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to die in the hands of evil DSS through hunger, drug overdose, drug abuse, and poisoning through his food. We are calling on the American government and her compromised embassy in Abuja, United Kingdom government, and all her compromised high commissioner in Abuja, United Nations office in Abuja, Australian embassy in Abuja, Israeli government and embassy in Abuja, German government and her embassy in Abuja, Canadian government and her embassy, Russia government and her embassy in Abuja, African Union office in Abuja, European Union office in Abuja, ECOWAS officials in Abuja, French government and her embassy in Abuja, Italian government and her embassy in Abuja, Tony Blair Global Institute, Amnesty International of Nigeria, Human Rights World Organization in Nigeria, Interscope Group, and other reputable organizations across the globe to bear us witness and never blame IPOB for any eventuality or casual effects of these wrong actions by the Nigerian government. It is obvious that DSS has poisoned our leader and is allowing him to die gradually, allowing Nigerian government to get rid of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a non-violent freedom fighter, will definitely come with severe consequences. Only if the Nigerian government will understand the consequences that will follow should our leader die in their custody. Then they will serve this country by his timely and unconditional release. It is signed by Comrade Powerful, a media and publicity secretary for IPOB. We are warning the world. We are sending our warning. We are not playing. At this time, we mean what we are saying. Our leader should be let go because the court of the land says he should go. He didn't do anything. If you are keeping him there, you are keeping him there on your own, at your own peril. And we know that when the time comes, if anything happens to him, there'll be consequences. Nothing goes for nothing. You cannot just eat your cake and have it. Later on this program today, I'm going to call in one of our musicians. Also, today is Saturday. Today is Shabbat Shalom to each and every one of you. And I'm making it a point of duty to call him in. So whenever he's ready, I will introduce him and then he will come to the program. This is Radio Biafra. As Nnamdi Kanu, we can't let you die in jail. And we know that it will never happen anyway. So we are just making our news, and we have already given the warning to those who think that they are the ones that have the power to hold him down. Well, you might think that you have the power to do something, but in the end, when the boss are here, all right, I have let me see, this is something that has been sent to me right now, and maybe I have to look at it and see what it's about. All right, the musicians are calling. Let me see if I can bring him in before I continue on this program. Hello?
Okay.
Hello. Good morning. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, my first time. Good afternoon from Poland here. This is Mazi Iyke from the Nnamdi. Of course, I came from Omaka. Omaka still remains in all province of Biafra land. And today, our leader still remains one and only, like always, Mazi Nnamdi, Oku Chukwu Kanu, Kamanos, that of members, Oshugu Pezanya, Oyinatunduzu. We appreciate it. We say in the Shabbat Shalom. Despite whatever that is going on, Mazi, man has his way, woman has her way. We don't talk too much. Men and women of valor, fanaticals, radicals, men of valor all over the world. We will continue to appreciate all of you. Only to say you need 100 men, and this is the time. 100 men means those of you that are standing tall up to this time, despite the wave, despite every other thing, you still remain focused and your eyes should be on that ball. Now I have one of our Biafra music singer, a writer as well. He goes by the name Gentle Manto Music. This is whom you'll be hearing the voice today. Mazi Ndewe.
Is he ready now? Is he ready to?
Yeah, he's online already now.
Okay, so let's go. Let's just give him 15 minutes of the
Gentle
program.
Manto, can you hear us? If you are here, good morning.
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome.
Shabbat Shalom.
Good afternoon to you, Mazi.
Welcome to the program. So tell us your name and what you do. And
good afternoon, Mazi.
Yes, the line is open for you.
All right. Yes, my name is Gentle Iyke. So my music, I am a music producer. at the same time music writer. So we are into the music industry, and I will commend you, Mazi, because you also a role model to every one of us. So we gladly thank Chukwu Okike Abiama, the God of heaven, for assisting us, for helping us. We are making Biafra music because the Nigerian government are denying so many opportunity to some of us. Well, you know, our land is blessed, and that is the reason why we can't give up on whatever we are doing. So I sing a lot of songs. I've made a lot of songs since 2015, and many of them are playing on our radio Biafra platform. But the name of the music I made is Afro Saint Hip Hop. Okay. We made available a message. You know, there are too many categories of music this time around. There are so many artists. Some basically they give out what they think that is good for the masses. Why many people also appreciate good message. But basically the world as large, they appreciate a good music, and good music is a good message. I appreciate reggae music so much, and that is the reason why when you listen to my song will go differently with the things that others are doing. We drop message. Yes. So I sang the song that I titled On Anyway. I said on the song that whatever you sow, definitely you will reap it. That is a message. When you listen to the
maybe our veteran might play that song, all of them, he has it in his desk, and he has been playing all of them.
Yes, but you know, let me interject here now. You know, most of the music we play, we don't really know who the artists are. So I will suggest next time before they come in, you remind me which is their song, because I have piles of them here. Most of them I don't even. I remember Aniekan.
Yeah, Mazi, now as we speak, I sent all the music here, days before now, all of them. Whatever you see here from me, all of them are his music.
Okay.
Because anybody I'm bringing, you know, as usual, I will forward his musics, audio, or you, so you can play that.
Yes,
we speak.
next time, if you send something, please, sometime call me, and because I have messages coming and coming and coming, I don't even know which one to touch. So if I'm not told, if you look at it, you might see that I've not even opened it to think of. So it's okay. It's definitely okay. There's no doubt. Since you sent it,
after you can play some of them.
Yes,
I'll return it. Thank you.
Yes,
Go on.
I'll definitely do that. Yes. Go ahead, my dear.
So glad, sir. So we thank you so much, and we continue to say to our brethren, Biafra musicians, Biafra music artists, we don't really give up. We can never give up. We will continue to pass the message across the world, yes, telling the whole world how we are being intimidated here in our land. And we will continue to make that message available to everyone that cares to know. And I use this opportunity also to thank our Biafran Nigerian musicians who also, in line with what we are doing, they are supporting, like Flavor and the rest of them, who came out boldly to sing a song that will promote the freedom of Biafra. What we are looking for is what is right. We are searching for the freedom of our people, and I can boldly tell you that so many people did it, and that is normal. When you listen to the song of Lucky Dube, of Mali, these people are prophets when it comes to music. They give out information, something that would happen. They prophesy over it, and definitely this is Africa. Africa owns music, And that is the reason why we are using our music to pass a wonderful message to the whole world that Biafrans must be free. I have said, as I said, I sang the one that said, free Nnamdi Kanu. And the reason why I said it, that was 2015. The recent one on an Eligwe, I made it available recently. We are bound to give out this message not because that is exactly what we want, but because it is in us. We found it in us. We can't be silent over the injustice going on in our land. We can never keep silent. And that is the reason why we continue to encourage all the upcoming musicians to join this wonderful race. Prophesy, tell the whole world what is going on, tell the whole world what is happening in your land, so that freedom would descend to us. We deserve it. So I continue to say glad to all the Biafran artists, those who made themselves available to do this work. Our Biafran rappers, keep it on. There are so many of us that is doing this work, while some are somewhere trying to dodge. You can't dodge it. This is a very special gift from Chukwokiki. Yes. The God that created heaven and earth. He's the one that gave us this talent, and we are using it to serve our land. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Glad Mazi Iyke Peters.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome to the program anytime. This is your thing, is our thing, and we are here to make sure that we give you the credit that you deserve. Because like I told you, there are piles and piles and piles of music that is coming in. I don't even know the artist names. That's embarrassing. Not that it's embarrassing, you know. Most of them send it without even telling me who they are. And we love them, and I listen to them, and I like them, and I start playing them, and they get the message. Music for me is like a message that people have to, you know, reminiscence. It brings back great memories, and I thank you very much, and I encourage you to please keep doing what you're doing, but be very careful out there, because you are in the midst of mad people, the people that don't even think, people that behave like.
That's true. That's true.
Yes, so we wouldn't want anything to happen to any of you, because we know that when Biafra comes, you'll be the heads on the industry, and that'll be very interesting. I thank you very much one more time.
I appreciate
for coming
it.
in.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll add you up in our Biafra artist somewhere, because we are too many. We'll put you there, okay? Yes. Thank you. Mazi Iyke, Peter, you can replay the music, one of your songs. Let me send them now.
Yes,
to
I
drop.
will. I will definitely do that before the program ends. Thank you so much. All right. This is Radio Biafra. We are still talking to the musicians. And, you know, normally I dedicate Saturday, try to, somebody saying I should please slowly call the phone number. All right, I'll do that. The phone number here is 646-920-4541. I repeat, 646-920-4541. And the other number is 845-344-7984. 845-344-7984. The third one is 929-406-9953. 929-406-9953. All right, maybe the first time, so call us, and if any of those lines you can use, I would rather suggest you use WhatsApp to make those calls, because these lines are not going directly. We ordered phones, and up till now, for whatever reason, it has not been delivered. So we are here. All we are talking about is our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whom they are gradually killing in jail. We are warning. We've told the world. I've read the press release by IPOB, and we are telling the world that if anything happens to this man, because we know nothing will happen to him anyway, they must be crazy if they let anything happen to him. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not just one person; it's an institution. An institution, when you crack his head, then you are cracking the heads of so many people, and the consequences, trust me, will be grave. We are peaceful, very, very peaceful. The largest mass movement in the entire world that is so peaceful. We are not harassing anybody. But if you kill our leader, if something happened to our leader, the process is going through I know Chukwu Okike Abiama, God is in control of his life. Nobody can take his life. But if you snuff out his life, you are going to sink Ketarabiati. There's no doubt about it. We know that. That is the truth. That's the way.
Radio station with more. You're listening to the radio station. You're listening to this is Radio Biafra.
We are not like other people. Because as I once reminded you before we came, there was nobody like us. Now that we are here, they pretend, they copy, they emulate, they fabricate falsehood. But they can never be like us. Long after we are gone, they will wish we lived forever. IPOB is very special. Exceptionally special. The largest mass movement in the whole world, bar none. And we did it because Chukwu Okike Abiama is with us. We did it because Chukwu Okike Abiama created IPOB himself. And we are here to pilot its affairs. We will not prevaricate. We will not stop. We will not slumber until Biafra is fully restored to its former glory. Anybody in doubt as to our resilience and our determination to restore Biafra is not only mistaken, not only misguided, but needs to see a psychiatrist, because we are not stopping. I am Nnamdi Kanu, and I don't stop until I get what I want.
That is correct, and that is exactly what we are saying. We are not going to stop. They're trying to kill our leader. It's not going to make us stop because he has done nothing. The court of the land have already told you to release this man, that he didn't do anything, that you had no right whatsoever to have gone to foreign land to abduct him. But if you think that you are going to be able to do whatever you want to do, well, we have already issued the warning, and that warning that we have issued stands. There is nothing anybody can do about it. You have to let our leader go. Systematically, you are killing him, we know. But we are here listening and waiting diligently, waiting, and let us see what comes out of this whole thing. This is Radio Biafra USA 2.
Indigenous.
One culture, different language. We are Biafrans, different language. One culture, different language. We are Biafrans, different language. One culture, different language. We are Biafrans. We are one, we are one, we are one. Biafrans are one. We are one, yeah, we are one. We say Biafrans are one. We need our freedom. Biafrans freedom. We want our freedom. We say Biafrans are one. We need our freedom. Biafrans freedom. We want our freedom. We say Biafrans are one. Different language, one culture, different language. We are Biafrans, different language, one culture, different language. We are Biafrans, different language, one culture, different language. We are Biafrans. Oh, yeah. One culture, oh yeah. We are Biafrans, oh yeah. One culture, oh yeah. We are Biafrans, oh yeah. come together and fight for our freedom. Cause we are the God's choosing people. Ibibio and Idoma, Igbo and Ishekiri. Let's come together and make a nation. Biafra. The more we stand together, the more we fight together. The more we secure the future of our generation. The more we stand together, the more we fight together.
All right, I have a call coming in. Let me take this one. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling. Okay, the line dropped, unfortunately. Call us back. The line's still open, 646-920-4541. All right, that was our brother's music that have been sent to me. I think I'll be able to listen to all of them at the spare time and be able to play them in. Like I said, every Saturday they come on board to tell us who they are, what they do, and that's the only way we can support them. The only thing that we have to expose them carefully because the zoo is so desperate. You know, when people are drowning, they can do just about anything. They can clutch at a snake because they're afraid to die. They're trying to grab the air. All right, the caller has come in again. Let me take it this time. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Mazi, good morning.
Welcome to the program.
Yeah, my name is Ifan. Calling from Georgia, USA. Yeah. Mazi, I thank you for his kindness, for his love towards his children. This is another day, the 28th day of January 2023. I thank you for the life of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for safeguarding him, protecting him in the DSS dungeon. I thank God for all God is doing for us, Biafra worldwide. I say, may his name be praised in the name of Chukwukika Biama. He said, Mazi, I say, let me start by saying, I don't have much to say though, by saying, happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm your birthday mate though.
Okay. Same to you then.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is about our leader. Our leader, I heard when you the press release you read about his health, his how DSS denying him all kinds of medicine, anything. They are denying him everything. But Chukwukika Biama is on throne. Nothing will happen to our leader. Then again, I'm just asking a question about these people called Nigerian people. How is it that one man or two men, this Malami and this DSS coordinator or controller, I will call him. How is it that how many people are holding 200 and something million people at hostage? How is it that these people, these two people, the Nigerian court has discharged and acquitted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and these people holding him at ransom? Not only that, all the people call themselves intellectuals or intellectuals in Nigeria, all of them are bowing down to these people, Malami and his company. How is it that? At times I wonder, I begin to ask myself, where did Malami get this power? Where did this DSS get their power? Even at the world at large, this thing called the United Nations, where are they? If anything happens now, they will come up. What happened? Nigeria. But now, this is what is going on in Nigeria. Nobody sees it. Nobody talks. And all these religious leaders, all of them, none of them is talking. The one that baffles me the other day is where they killed a reverend father at in the north. The Pope did not say anything. Instead, the Pope will go and pray for the soul of the reverend father. For him to talk, for him to say anything, he can't say anything. He can't say anything. That reverend father is not the first, not the second, not the third. They killed in Nigeria. All these religious leaders, nobody talked. Nobody said anything. And they keep on killing people, keep on killing people, keep on killing Christians. At last, Nigerian people will gather money, go to Rome, go to Britain, give them money. As for what? When shall we wake up from our slumber? When shall we wake up from our slumber? Look at what is going on in Nigeria now. Everything, money is the issue of the day now. Money, 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 money. Money, money, new one and the old one. Intellectuals, they are there. Nobody is saying anything. Fuel scarcity everywhere. Nothing is going on in Nigeria. And they're telling me they are the intellectuals. They are the everything in Nigeria. I wonder. I'm just asking myself. Mazi, let me leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, this is Radio Biafra USA 2. All right, still on our leader. I have to talk about him very, very much this morning. I've read another extract based on what is happening. That is the top of the line news that we have. Our leader is not very well. That's what they're telling us, and we are only warning the government that we are determined to do just about anything if anything happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The deteriorating health of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, the Directorate of States, the DOS, of the indigenous people of Biafra, is very much concerned about the report we received regarding the present health condition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, who is still being illegally held in the custody of the Nigerian Secret Police, the DSS, notwithstanding the fact that the Nigerian Court of Appeal has discharged and acquitted him of all trumped-up charges brought against him by the Nigerian government. We wish to alert the international community of the fact that the Nigerian Secret Police, the DSS, has deliberately escalated the torture of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whom they are still illegally detained despite the order of the court of competent jurisdiction for his immediate and unconditional release. We have it on good authority that the DSS, acting on the script given to it by the Nigerian government and in the collaboration with certain politicians of Igbo extraction, like Hope Uzodimma, the Imo State Supreme Court Administrator, some Ohanese leaders, Malami, the Attorney General of the Federation, and others whose names will be made public in due course, met to discuss how to eliminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. At this meeting, it was suggested that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be poisoned and allowed to die slowly. With the current deterioration of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's health, coupled with the refusal for weeks now of the DSS to allow him see a doctor, and the fact that they have continued to provide adequate medication for his own ailments and denying him proper feeding, it has become obvious what the plan of the DSS and their collaborators are. Recollect that certain collaborators who claimed that they are counting down to the declaration of Biafra is actually working according to the timeline they have set for the poison administered to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to have irreversible effect on him. The Nigerian judiciary must prove that it is not part of the sinister plan to eliminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by expeding the hearing of the appeal brought before it. The Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra wish to put United Nations, AU, EU, UNHRC, the United States, UK, Canada, Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, PANDEC, and Fanifere, Middle Belt Forum, Arewa Consultative Forum, the Christian Association of Nigeria, governors of Southeast and South region, politicians of Biafra extraction, especially politicians of Igbo extraction, civil society organizations, Amnesty International, etc., on notice that nothing must happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the custody of DSS or shortly after his release. The leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra must not be held accountable for the grave consequences that will ensure should the Nigerian government continue in their chosen path of illegality and plan murder. Self-determination is a universally recognized right of indigenous people, and we, the Biafran people, will not be cajoled or compelled to jettison or abandon their right. It is signed here by Mazi Iyke, head of the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra. This is killing me too. On the inside, like I said, when I read this yesterday, I wasn't very comfortable. But you know something? I put my trust, my ultimate trust on Chukwukike Abiyama, and I know that God, in His infinite mercies, will not let anything happen to this man. As for Biafra coming, Biafra is here. For you to kill, they are now jealous. They don't know what to do. We are watching. We are watching because we know the truth will always survive in the end. No matter what you do in this world, I keep saying it, the truth is like the oil that is dropped into the water. It will always stay on the surface. It will never, ever go down, and it will never mix. No matter what they try, we have given them option that is fast running out. When we spoke about it, we said we wanted a referendum. We wanted you to just put the people together and let them make a decision. If they want to continue with what this thing called Nigeria, fine. Then everybody will go in peace. But because you know the consequences, you know that you're going to lose. That's why you are afraid to do it. Because some of you say, oh, it's not in the Constitution. Who tells you that it's the Constitution? Whoever marries a wife and they put it in the Constitution that they cannot divorce. When the time comes, rather than kill themselves, the court will say, you go. Call her, good morning. I'll call her here. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Dada Peters.
There.
Dada Peters Jishike Dede. Ezigbo Kenya manye. Ono wunda ijaba. Wudu mi beri banda akporo onwe hoke. Maka emesa ha side arrogant there. Do you see how you took your time with to pass this message to us? And the press release from there, the chicken. Dada Peters Iwoke, watch out what is happening in Mama. And our leader is not okay. Instead of our own leaders here to go and bring him out from Finland. All of them kept quiet. And they never knew what is coming. Up to this minute. And they think what we are doing is ordinary. People now change because of these devilish leaders. For their own selfish interest. But there is no problem there. The chicken does them Sirach chapter 20. From verse 1 to end. Very important. Carefully from verse 7, verse 11, verse 22, verse 27, and verse 28. Very careful, but from verse 1 to end, very important. Knowing when to talk and sudden changes of fortune. And the time to talk is now. If you know you are the media in Nigeria and Biafra land, this is your time to talk now. If Nigeria government cannot obey their rule of law and they expect you, the media, to respect their own law because they know that when you talk, they kill you. Both you will be media here in Biafra land, none of you say. Time is coming for you to go to that your broadcasting house, you will not see it. And that time is late. That's right. But the time to talk is now. Now. Okay, so the time to talk is now. I Peters, you are in America. President Joe Biden, the time to talk is now. Because he himself is not even safe. I said that I'll tell you that I Peters, he work. Oja for letong. Oti shishina for nengo putoko to shishina for nengo. And they are fighting for freedom. And he himself, Joe Biden is telling you to remain slave in America. That is why you must have a very, very hard mind, because that is why they hate us then. Because we speak truth. And they're very formidable. And nothing they shake. Because this generation of Biafra and this IPOP, very innocent. That IPOP, he said that GTI or IE. That attack us terrorists. But they're saying that Nnamdi Kanu, the charges are quitted, they cannot even see it. They cannot even see that he is the president of Nigeria. And when they run fast, they say, come attack IPOP terrorists because they are sucking our oil. What do you say dead? Pretend. And I will carry the reunion man. I can push it on God dead. So happy birthday, dead. Man, I all the time, but they gave me one dialogue. The power can get the game like that system now to call you back. Okay, see, honey, there's the log dead. I put us in a platform. Eh? I'm about to get the I get my cat every palace of days and Ali, but today then he's coming out. Of course, what do you go do? Well, that the kind of said, any day we did not see him, let us burn everywhere. So you people forget the message. Landara, we see the our leader. I feel like I have my brother Fulani. Come up pitch a feed, then I put I say, will you? That my brother Fulani, we speak. You see our brother, how our life is. That my brother kill you. And they are to give you the sense to come to Radio Biafra speak. Make sure say that you say this my brother Fulani. I like you because he want you to save your people. Take this mother when you take say make everybody come and make speak. Go tell your Alame Jerry brothers, all those are people who no get sense, where their leaders they use. Open their eyes. Then they say these leaders bomb Alame want kill all of you because even you go die. And you don't know. So you don't know. So that is why you go get the mind to make sure say you to rise up now and the mind. Yeah, brother Malami, because in the list to people. Instead, don't do riot for that place because Malami won't kill you. And I don't know. So now, my brother, I don't get time for teach you very well so that you go open your eyes, see death. Because Malami won't make all of you finish. You know, you come for the Biafra talk. Now, they talk with your mouth. You don't see the danger because we will be Biafra, IPOP. We don't save anybody for Fulani. So speak now. I go like make it they come for the Biafra. Come they give us a report. Say you the ginger people. I want before tomorrow. Make all you to rise up now. Tell them the whole Fulani where they sell and where they kill us and where Fulani Malami they use. Say they no do anything. Because we will be Biafrans, none of them go escape if we fight the war. Where again? Because 1966, this time they deadly. Okay, but the question
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. This is Radio Biafra USA too. Like I said before, our option is not very far-fetched. What we're asking for is our freedom. Give us referendum, come together, decide. Let us first of all decide if we want to remain in that thing called, there's a priest that I was listening to to his program. I mean, he made some sense. He said, referendum is not even first of all Biafra. No. Referendum, the number one, do we really want to remain together as a country? Then when that one passed through, then we start saying who wants to be here and who wants to be there. But they are wasting their time calling for election, thinking that they can bamboozle us or remove our eyes from our quest. No. They can go and make anybody the Lord, their president. That is their problem. It has nothing to do with us. The same story, when young people, I was in the zoo, I told you, I was in Lagos, I discussed with a few people. They are telling me, oh, they are supporting this political party, they are supporting. I said, listen, you guys are jumping the guard. You are jumping the guard. You are trying to fix. In fact, there was one I told him, I said, you have a building that has a very bad foundation. It is falling apart. So what you are trying to do now is to change the doors and the windows and the roof. You go and bring that roof and new windows and doors and put in there, it will crack. The problem is in the foundation, the bottom line, where they buried the thing on the earth. It's one thing they did there when they dug up the ground and put in blocks and we call it foundation. There is something wrong with it. Unfortunately, you can't do anything except go down there, dig it up, and then fix it. Clean up the place and build it, fix it. Go and have a better foundation. Then from there, you start adding blocks and maybe you eventually get to that roof. You discover that when you do that roof, it will remain. That's exactly Nigeria's problem. The foundation is rotten. It doesn't matter who is the president. Look at them. Look at the way they're struggling to be president. Some that cannot even stand on their feet. They are old people that should be resting with their grandchildren. I saw a program that the African leader, the one in Cameroon, he went to a AU meeting and the man sat down there and they gave him a paper to read. He didn't even remember. He didn't even know where he was because he refused to. Your body, we are machine. We are like regular machine unless you don't listen to your body. I know a lot of us want to live forever. That is the truth. But your body says no. I know how long you have lived, so your time clock is going. Your brain is getting down. Everything about you. I don't even know the comfort of living too long because sometimes when you are old, when you know you cannot do a few things that you used to do before, you can't be jumping up the step and jumping down. You get wire. I never climb any stairs today without holding hands on the I'm telling you. But when you're strong enough, you fly up. You jog like you're jogging, push up, going up and down. But when your body says it's enough, there's nothing you can do. Doctors will always recommend something, of course. Nobody goes to the hospital and the doctor doesn't give him something. They will always give a name to the thing. There are people, not because they don't want to go to the hospital, they just decide probably they want to sit in their house and die quietly. Because when you go there, they will give you a name. They give that sickness a name. And that name is what is now killing you. It's not the sickness itself. Because you're not sleeping anymore because you're thinking about the because they have names for basically everything. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that we want to go. That's all we're asking for. All these people that are clamoring to become president, where are you going to start? You are trying to cook a soup that there's already too much salt from the beginning. They put in the wrong thing in the soup, and it has gotten to a point where you start eating it and you start feeling that there's something wrong. Then you add either more water or less salt. And no, you don't need all that. So everybody who sees and thinks that anybody out there, I have said it, nobody can fix Nigeria. Nobody. I don't care who clamors for presidency. Talk is sweet. Talking. If talking was then beggars will be right. Because he's in his house, he can't even find food to eat, and he's telling you he's going to build a mountain. We don't need that. What we need is what? Referendum. Give us that referendum that we're asking for. That's it. And we'll take it.
Think come is the prince, I don't come again,
And it sounds the feeling.
How come it's not a success? And the microphone. You don't tell where we dey fight for this freedom. You don't tell where we dey fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum.
All right, caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, my sir Peter, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, well, welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for your dedication and your commitment on this struggle, Mazi. Ike, continue strengthening you for what you have been doing for Biafrans.
Yeah,
Maz, my name is Maz Mazabuchi. Maz, I just want to take this opportunity to greet our leader, Onyendu Maz Nnamdi Kanu, the one and the only. His Excellency Maz Nnamdi Kanu. I say, may his days belong on this earth. Long live Maz Nnamdi Kanu, His Excellency. Long live IPOB. Long live United States of Biafra. Long live DOS and long live ESM. Maz, the story we have been hearing on social media of in Biafra land, of everywhere, Maz, is not encouraging. But anyway, we are equal to the task. Maz, allow me to speak this in the Igbo language. Let those who hear Igbos hear it very well. Maz, I want the leaders, those that call themselves the world models, those that speak what the world hears. Let them listen carefully. Help Nnamdi Kanu. Help anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu. Because I didn't say southeast or southwest. I didn't say south. I said the whole eastern region. Mazi, what will happen? I want to get Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi, I dream about Nnamdi Kanu. I come on Radio Biafra. I said, let's pray for Nnamdi Kanu to come out healthy. Let God not let the evil thing to happen, because the consequence will Mazi, nobody will tell it. Ihe ga-eme na Nigeria, ihe ga-eme na zoo. I want the poor people. I am not on the ground. We are not fearing of falling down again. It's those on top is afraid to fall. Let them be careful. Let them release Nnamdi Kanu. Ha sịkwa na enwe ihe ga-eme na ha mere n'oge Abiola, nothing happened. Ha mere n'oge EndSARS, nothing happened. Ha mere n'oge Operator Python dance, nothing happened. This time around, it will be different thing entirely. I'm assuring them. Mazi, for we stand more than 1 million that are ready to take off anytime. Mazi, I'm assuring you. More than 100 million Biafrans is with me that are ready to strike at any time. They give us red light to go on. Mazi, I'm telling you, every damn thing that zoo, believe in me, Mazi, I'm not talking it to be a threat. Mazi, I'm serious in what I'm saying. Let the sleeping dog lies. I'm telling you the truth. Let Nnamdi Kanu come out healthy. Not even he come out and after some days we hear another story. No. Let them release that man. That man did not do anything wrong. Nnamdi Kanu is just asking. Just give us a referendum. Let my people say where they want to belong. And you keep him in a gungeon where nobody have to be as a criminal guy. This man have spoken the mind of everybody. Mazi, I woke not up. And if anything happened to this man, Mazi, I don't pray for that. And nobody pray for that. Mazi, the consequence, I'm crying here. The consequence, Mazi, nobody will bear it. They will cry to stop and nobody will stop it. I'm telling you honestly, nobody on this earth can stop what will be happening in that zoo. Mazi, let the sleeping dog lies. Let them release that man. That man have suffered a lot. He did not commit any crime. He's just asking for the freedom of his people. I hear some people saying that Nnamdi Kanu is a miscreant. Let him go and look for job. This man is not looking for job. This man have job already. It's a consultant's firm. This man have everything it takes to become a human being. But because of the suffering of his people, he rose up to say, I want to save my people. And you hang him to the enemy. And you believe that you will be free. I'm telling them now, all those that think that their matters, the time is now. Releasing Nnamdi Kanu and let the sleeping dog lies. Don't let this thing run away, because the consequence, man, I'm telling you, we are more than 1 million stand. We are waiting for our brother today to make a speech, and we know where we are heading to. Mazi, I will not say much. Time is coming, and it's ringing fastly. Mazi, thanks for having me, and God bless you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. We're still taking calls at 646-920-4541. 845-344-7984-929-406-9953. Give us a call.
Why set them why? Are we on the radio station with more? You're listening to the radio station. You're listening to this is Radio Biafra. Why set them why? Are we on the radio station with more? You're listening to the radio station. You're listening to this is Radio Biafra.
We are not like other people. Because as I once reminded you before we came, there was nobody like us. Now that we are here, they pretend, they copy, they emulate, they fabricate falsehood. But they can never be like us. Long after we are gone, they will wish we lived forever. IPOB is very special. Exceptionally special. The largest mass movement in the whole world, bar none. And we did it because Chukwokika Biama is with us. We did it because Chukwokika Biama created IPOB himself. And we are here to pilot its affairs. We will not prevaricate. We will not stop. We will not slumber until Biafra is fully restored to its former glory. Anybody in doubt as to our resilience and our determination to restore Biafra is not only mistaken, not only misguided, but needs to see a psychiatrist, because we are not stopping. I am Nnamdi Kanu, and I don't stop until I get what I want.
All right.
And I want to ask you a question again, moving away from Lagos, even moving away from panels.
When we talk about
the
people
recent comments
who
which
are out there. Oh boy, somebody's interrupting. Okay, let me take this call before. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Peters, good afternoon.
Welcome to the program.
Yeah, this is Engineer Madam calling from Germany. Thank you very much. Peter, there's one correction I want to make.
Yes.
Every time we come on this station, we'll be saying, if anything happened to Mazi Iyke, if anything happened. Have something not yet happened? Since the rendition of our leader from Kenya to Nigeria, have something not yet happened? We keep on saying this in the station, and they will be downloaded in the brain of our people down home, waiting for something to happen. And we are already in the deep fire. I keep on saying it. Freedom is not given. Freedom is taken.
So what do you suggest?
The world is talking about Putin today. Even we are talking now that Putin should go and bomb United Kingdom. Putin did not wait to pray. Putin did not want anybody to come on round table with him. He focused on what he's supposed to do. That is what the world are going to him now to seek for the peace. We must rise up, and if we know that we want to take freedom from Nigeria, because the world knows that Nigeria is a garden, is a farm flat for them. That is why they are not talking. It left for we to rise up to take what belongs to we.
But that's exactly what we've been talking about.
Yes. One, Nigeria is a place we all know that there is no law.
Yes.
Even the blind man, the deaf and dumb have seen that Nigeria is a place where law does not exist. And in a place where law did not exist, how do you take what belongs to you from there? We must rise up and let the truth be said. Let's rise up now and do what we will do, because we have been saying this person, they are the people that the rendition Mazi Iyke, all the whole governors we have been mentioning, they are there, nothing happened to them. That is why Mazi Iyke remains in the DSS custody, a place where the court have said that this man should go. No court should try him. We keep on saying when happen, we go. Enough is enough. The people who rendition Mazi Iyke, they are alive, their children are alive, they are working, breathing, living life. We hear every day talking. Until when we heard that Nnamdi Kanu is dead, is that where we will rise? The world is expecting us to do the rightful thing we will do, for them to come and intervene. And if we keep on silent, waiting when something happens, or the one we say we should go, it will never happen, it will never come. That is the truth, and that is the truth. Bye from here.
Thank you very much. But the truth is, you've spoken well, but I keep still asking the same question. Everything is a process. Nobody starts something. Let me put it this way. Action is something that is simultaneous. It's the one African country where the president had to resign because a little girl just started something. Something like this. One single little thing can happen somewhere that was part of what you're talking about. Nobody organizes a revolution. No, nobody. Believe me sincerely. Revolution might start by you cheating. Maybe there's somebody who comes to buy something in your shop, and you try to cheat the person, and then you touch that person. The next person will go, "Why did you touch him?" The other one come, "Ah, my brother." That's. It starts from there, and it grows like a fire that spreads out. Relax. What we are doing on Radio Biafra especially is telling the world the consequences of what they are doing. If you think that anybody will go out there and organize a revolution, no. Maybe, I said, something will happen. NSAS, who sat down and organized NSAS? Nobody. It was just like few musicians just spoke about it. Say, how can we sit down here and these people are taking us, going to our ATM, taking our money, and do that? He started something. Even though it was quelled on the way, because a revolution is when you start it, you have to follow it to the end. Revolution is like a soup. If you don't add more salt to it. So relax, my brother. I understand what you are saying. You have been saying this over and over and over, but time for that will come. It will come on its own. I'm telling you honestly, like a thief in the night. So let us take a call. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yes. Good morning to you, my brother.
Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon to Biafrans. And good night for those in that kind of time zone, like Australians and so. Thank you, my brother, and Happy New Year. Before I go on, Happy New Year to you. I mean, Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you, and may God give you all the desires of your heart, and I know on top of which is a free Biafra. And so I go to our leader, I say, our Father, our God, the only person we rely on, please take care of our leader, his ailments, give him the strength of mind and body to withstand this torture. And only in God we must trust. We have seen that the Europeans are making a jest with us. The Americans are making a jest with us. Do you know that America gave Nigeria, of course we have said it on this radio, but I want to remind our people, America gave our people, Nigeria, $50 million to conduct this election. But it has also been reported, and it's in press, in open, media, that American companies stole almost 400 million barrels of oil that is worth, in that time of calculation, $17 billion within 3 years. Now, if somebody steals $17 billion from you and give you $50 million, who is giving who something, and who is robbing who? And so, why I'm saying this is that our people, we are emphasizing that this so-called World Terrorism Index. I don't know if that's the report is authentic, and let's assume that it is. And it is hurting us because we know whom we are, we know what we are doing, and the world knows. The whole wide world knows that IPOB is a peaceful movement, registered, and doing everything legally. You cannot demonstrate where I am now. We have to go into the locality and the municipality and say, I want to demonstrate. They say which day. You give them the day. They will check the calendar and they check whether everything is all right. And they say, okay, they give you the date. So can a terrorist go to a municipal hall and say, I want a date for demonstration? Why I want to emphasize on this is that our people must know, without sentiment, that the people who are stealing oil and gas from Biafra land and other mineral resources, they are those who made sure that the case of Biafra are not being spoken in international media, in established media. Only our own media and social media where we are the ones projecting it. But the media houses are not reporting it as news. Why? Because if they say this is what's happening to Biafrans, their population will say, in that case, these people deserve to be alone. So the powers that be in those countries in Europe and America are hiding our issues, and all the protestation and the demonstrations were going. All the letter we submitting in their embassies and in their parliaments and so forth. They put it wherever they put it because they want to maintain their cash cow, Nigeria, and actually especially Biafra land. So why I'm emphasizing this is that the same people who refuse to report your news because it's against their selfish interest, they are the one who just Nicodemusically put IPOB because they want to damage the brand, but they cannot, because I am here in the Netherlands. And sorry, before I continue, my name is Biafrans, and I'm coming from the Netherlands. So why I remember that I didn't say it when I said I'm here in the Netherlands. And I want the Netherlands government to call IPOB Netherlands to come and explain our situation with terrorism and an index. And God will because I am not intellectual, I'm not a professor of any kind of which one, I'm not a doctor, but I will give them a lesson if they don't know. But they know. We know they know. We know they have intelligence agencies in our land, in Biafra land, and listen to our media, listen to our plight, listen to our clamor and our cry. But these people are have no more conscience. What they're calculating is how many barrels will they take today? We are in Biafra land. No family has gas to cook. No family has paraffin kerosene to see light. Talk less of electricity. But they are burying pipelines to take gas to Morocco so that they will be supplying them gas. They are those who know how to use gas, but in Biafra land, where the thing is, we don't know how to use it. We are not supposed to be using it. So what I'm telling Biafrans is that those who are suppressing our news in the media, all my old accounts, both in Twitter and the Facebook, have been disabled. Just one cock and bull story, they will disable it. What does that mean? They will disconnect you with your followers. So you go and make a fresh account, you become a new person, you start looking for followers again, and therefore the news you're disseminating will not be reaching all this long built followership you had. This is subversion of our movement. That they think they're doing it, but God punished them that we have a very big data of citizen journalists, and we have our media warriors, and we have our Emma Powerful publicity secretary and media secretary, and our DOS that release and we share it. So we don't want bother about the media side so much, but this thing they are manipulating, trying to make us they call it gaslighting in English. Gaslighting means that somebody will do something or say something that make you doubt yourself, become unsure, become insecure in what you are doing. But they come late. Nobody can gaslight us. Now, this is annoying is that if Fulani Herdsmen was the fourth most deadly terrorist group in the world, according to World Terrorism Index, now Let's assume that there's another terrorist group that arose that took that fourth place. Automatically, Fulani men will shift to number 5. Then you ask yourself, have the killing that Fulani men are committing in Biafra land, in the whole Nigeria, has it stopped that make them take them out of the equation? You don't see their name anymore. But they come and they put a gray letter, a gray square with IPOB. For what? That will tell you that the people who are lobbying the whole, Fulani, it's not their money, it's our money, Biafran money, so they can, easily give it away to anybody to buy, even Google, even to Facebook. Me and you know that Facebook came to Nigeria to do a deal with Nigeria to suppress our media. So, is it surprising? Let it not be surprising to Biafra that the same money have exchanged hand to World Terrorism Index that they want to do what they do, but we don't really give a damn. I can say it in the square of where I live. Ask me, and I'll tell you that I'm a Biafra. I want the freedom of my people and myself. I want to go home. Your home is not heaven. You see a video that's circulating in the internet that a man is saying that Europe is a garden, and they built a garden, and now invaders are coming to invade their garden, and the garden have to take care of that. What does that mean? I don't want to live in your garden, but leave my own jungle alone. You said the rest of the world is jungle. Leave us alone to go back to our jungle and build whatever you can build for ourselves.
Thank you.
So my people, don't be so, thank you, my brother. Let me just conclude. Our people, don't be so much worried about that nonsense called World Terrorism Index. It's still Britain and America and Europe is trying to manipulate us and gaslight us to become insecure in what we're doing. And we cannot be insecure because we are going home, and we cannot be tired going home until we get home. God bless Biafra.
There were. Thank you so much. All right, this is Radio Biafra USA too. The terrorist index thing, they let them continue. Like I said, our leader had told us one time that all these great men, Mandela was once called a terrorist. Have you forgot? Many of them, all these people, so the terrorist use of terrorism is that we know what we want. We are going to keep up what we want. Our quest is our freedom. My brother who is from Germany that called, I know how you feel. I understand you. I understand you perfectly well. But the point is this. Revolution is never organized. Trust me. One single thing will spark up something. People who are saying if something happens to our leader, most of them probably feel that is something that will happen to him will bring the revolution that you're talking about. But they are just saying something. They really have to say, it's a warning. Don't let anything happen to my son, because if something happens to my son, XYZ will be the consequence. It's as simple as that. But when you say sit down and nobody will just get up from his house and start going to burn down houses and creating revolution. No. Something, one small thing. You're talking about the so-called leaders and things like that. Maybe very little thing that man might even do. Maybe he goes to a regular mechanic or whatever, and they changed the wrong plug in his car, and he came out there and they slapped the mechanic, and one person there said, why would you slap him? Boom on his head. Before you know it, it spreads up. That's what revolution is all about. All we are doing is warning the people that if something happens to this man, because take a very good look at all the people that have been struggling to do something to Kanu. They are the ones that are disappearing. Kanu is not even killing any of them. Because I believe that in that place where he is, he's closer to God than all of us who are running around and think. So if you're doing something to him, God will take care of you. A country that has no president, the country whose president died since 2017, they are still parading around without a leader. Look at the way the country is going. Take a look at this. Somebody said to me, you are lucky because you went up. I said, no, don't say I'm lucky. Whether you call it luck or call it whatever, where I am is where I'm supposed to be. I never left the zoo because things were hard for me. No. In fact, I left at the peak of my career when I'm supposed to, but I didn't see any light in the end of that tunnel. And the same thing is carrying on today. People are hoping that somebody will come and shake the magic wand and Nigeria will go back to. I've heard that before, my brother. I started hearing that since I was young. When you can look at the people, the case in question, a country that the president died, obviously they know that he died. But people are so afraid of speaking the truth because somebody's going to come and knock them over the head. But God, in his infinite mercy, knows that he handpicks people who will believe this. A lot of people out there, they know the truth. But you know something? For one reason or the other, they cannot speak the truth. And those of them who are in government that are supposed to speak, they don't speak. My brother made a very good point here. A reverend father was killed. The Pope never sent a message, say, I'm sorry. No, rather pray for his soul. Then his family. Let's listen to this, because when we say that the president is, Nigeria has no president, you think we're joking. Let's listen to this man.
And I want to ask you a question, again, moving away from Lagos, even moving away from panels. The recent comments, which are today's This Day front cover of the governor of Zamfara State, Mr. Bello Matawalle, saying that if Nigerians knew who was behind the kidnappings, we would all be, our mouths would be agape and what have you. Similar comments were made by his counterpart in Katsina State, Bello Masari. Now, we know that Section 308 of the Constitution does not, even though it confers immunity, it's quite limited, as was tested in court a few times by the late, great Gani Fawehinmi. So if there's no legal protection for making these kinds of claims, what nature of protection is there? Because you and I could not publicly make such a statement. The DSS would swoop in immediately. The same DSS that has waded in to the strike with the Cattle Herders Association, they have invited those people, but they have not invited these governors to shed more light into these people terrorizing Nigeria.
I will answer by asking a question. Where is the commander-in-chief?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can tell me, where is the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Well, you have to answer the question yourself.
Dr. Fati, I don't know. My simple answer is that I do not know where the commander-in-chief is. There is a clear lacuna in the presidency. You can't convince me to the contrary. When somebody went to the ballot, this is a man who sought power for 12 years, 2003, 2007, 2011, he wanted to be president by all means. Nigerians gave him a chance in 2015. Despite his failures, the mandate was renewed in 2019. And as of today, we are being ruled by proxy. Gabashew is the one issuing, offensive statements every day, telling us what the president is saying, as if the president is incapacitated. Where is the president of Nigeria? Because when these governors are saying these things, when some of them pretend to be helpless, or are genuinely helpless, where is the commander-in-chief? We saw our, Air Force men who were involved in the unfortunate air disaster mishap. They were buried. The president was not there. Our troops are being slaughtered in the north. The president is not there at their funeral. When last did the president talk to Nigerians? When last did we see the president grant a media charge? When last did we see the president speak with the victims of these kidnaps? When last did we see the president personally taking responsibility for the killings and the rampage that is going on? So if somebody is telling me that I have a president, I will raise an objection. Because the president that I want should not be a decorative president. It shouldn't be a portrait that, is occasionally brought out for photo ops, just to have some form of proof of life. Why have we lowered the bar? Why have we reduced this responsibility? When governors are making these incendiary comments, the other time you had the governor of Bauchi State coming out to say, oh, headsmen can carry arms. They are justified to carry AK-47. You have the governor of Zamfara State saying, I will still continue to dialogue with bandits, with terrorists. You have the governor of Niger State saying a different thing. What you are seeing is a nation in crisis. It's a nation in peril. It's a nation that is lacking in direction and leadership. And, we keep trying to be politically correct. The reality at that today is that nobody can tell me that I have a commander-in-chief. You cannot be commanding from your bedroom.
Okay.
You have to lead from the front. That was what he promised.
Okay.
He said he will lead from the front.
Okay.
Today he's not even leading from the back.
Okay, I want to quickly get your reaction still as we're extending this matter. Number one will be, I'll come back to Lagos and I'll ask you another national question. Number one will be, what's the state of the Lagos panel now? Because there's been some discordant voice. Ebola Guru is saying this, and that will affect reaching a quorum. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. So what's the state of that panel now? And so what's your reaction to words attributed to the likes of Gumi that says, oh, let's not call them bandits. Let's call them something else. Let's call them probably national treasures.
We have less than 2 minutes.
Less than 2 minutes for that.
Well, the panel is still sitting. I believe they still have quorum. I want to assume so. Let us see what they will come out at the end of the day. On the very insolent and objectionable comment of Gumi, which he made, in your station, I am happy Nigerians have, justifiably derided that very toxic comment. But do not forget that if some other person other than Gumi had made that comment, the State Security Service would have been all over the place looking for that person. But Gumi has not been invited for interrogation. He's even saying don't call them terrorists. He was romancing with them. He's even saying no, that journalists are criminals for calling criminals criminals. That is why I asked the question, are we really a country of serious people? Why has Gumi not been invited for interrogation? When Bishop Kuka raised concerns about the clear nepotism in this regime, we saw how he was attacked. When the former deputy governor of the CBN, Obadia, made a comment, we saw how he was harassed and haunted. Why is Gumi being treated differently? So when you have the SSS arresting somebody for calling for the resignation of the president, the same Buhari that demanded the resignation of Jonathan,
Point well
the
made.
question.
Point well made. Inebe Fiong, we want to thank you for joining us. And if you're still in doubt, you have a...
They're calling me off. So, see? So this is the lacuna that's in this country. Let them keep on doing what they are doing to Mazi Nnamdi. The world is watching. Let us keep our fingers crossed. Let us remain as calm as we have always been, because we know the consequences will come, and they know that. They know that. And Nyaya Banketi will still be talking the way we are. We know how to talk about issues like this. Let us keep saying what we are saying with our fingers crossed, because they eventually pay for it. There is no way. There are no two ways about it. We are Biafrans. We are resolute in what we are doing. We know what we want, and what we want is our freedom. We are not asking for something that is out of place. We are asking to be let go, to let us go, so that we can grow on our own, and then they themselves will grow on their own too. Because it's not like when we grow, then they will go down. No, they will grow at their own pace. Corrective ills, the mistake that the British people did. They didn't make a mistake anyway. What they did, they were doing it for their own interest. And because of that, they put us together when we are not the same nation. And the people that they are even putting you and them together are not trying to live with you. They're trying to take over your land, take away your rights by claiming, like I said, there's a video that I watched somebody who has had meeting with I think he was kidnapped, and he was talking about these people that kidnapped him, and they were having conversations, and he said, use the word that their Hausa language is very poor, which means they are not Nigerians. But what they told him very clearly was that Nigeria belongs to them. It was a land that their father, Osman Danfodio, captured for them, and we took it over from them. So they're trying to get back their land. Well, I don't know about that, but we are watching and see what happens. All right, with this, I come to the end of today's program. Let us stay tuned, don't go away, because Mazi Iyke is coming in next. From here, from me, it's goodbye. See you again tomorrow, God's willing. Bye-bye.
The last hope we have is in Biafran restoration. I believe. Listen to Radio Biafra.
I said that was 2015. The recent one on an Eligwe, I made it available recently. We are bound to give out this message not because that is exactly what we want, but because it is in us. We found it in us. We can't be silent over the injustice going on in our land. We can never keep silent. And that is the reason why we continue to encourage all the upcoming musicians to join this wonderful race. Prophesy, tell the whole world what is going on, tell the whole world what is happening in your land, so that freedom would descend to us. We deserve it. So I continue to say glad to all the Biafran artists, those who made themselves available to do this work. Our Biafran rappers, keep it on. There are so many of us that is doing this work, while some are somewhere trying to dodge. You can't dodge it. This is a very special gift from Chukwokiki. Yes. The God that created heaven and earth. He's the one that gave us this talent, and we are using it to serve our land. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Glad Mazi Iyke Peters.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome to the program anytime. This is your thing, is our thing, and we are here to make sure that we give you the credit that you deserve. Because like I told you, there are piles and piles and piles of music that is coming in. I don't even know the artist names. That's embarrassing. Not that it's embarrassing, you know. Most of them send it without even telling me who they are. And we love them, and I listen to them, and I like them, and I start playing them, and they get the message. Music for me is like a message that people have to, you know, reminiscence. It brings back great memories, and I thank you very much, and I encourage you to please keep doing what you're doing, but be very careful out there, because you are in the midst of mad people, the people that don't even think, people that behave like.
That's true. That's true.
Yes, so we wouldn't want anything to happen to any of you, because we know that when Biafra comes, you'll be the heads on the industry, and that'll be very interesting. I thank you very much one more time.
I appreciate
for coming
it. Thank
in.
you.
And,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll add you up in our Biafra artist somewhere, because we are too many. We'll put you there, okay? Thank you. Mazi Iyke, Peter, you can replay the music, one of the songs. Let me send them now.
Yes,
We
I
drop.
will.
No, thank you.
Definitely do that before the
Thank
program ends. Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right,
No.
this is Radio Biafra. We are still talking to the musicians, and you know, normally I dedicate Saturday. Try to. They are telling me, oh, they are supporting this political party. They are supporting. I say, listen, you guys are jumping the guard. You are jumping the guard. You have not. You are trying to fix. In fact, there was one I told him. I said, you have a building that has a very bad foundation. It is falling apart. So what you are trying to do now is to change the doors and the windows and the roof. You go and bring that roof and new windows and doors and put in there, it will crack. The problem is in the foundation, the bottom line, where they buried the thing on the earth. It's one thing they did there when they dug up the ground and put in blocks, and we call it foundation. There is something wrong with it. Unfortunately, you can't do anything except go down there, dig it up, and then fix it. Clean up the place and build it, fix it. Go have a better foundation. Then from there, you start adding blocks, and maybe you eventually get to that roof. You discover that when you do that roof, it will remain. That's exactly Nigeria's problem. The foundation is rotten. It doesn't matter who is the president. Look at them. Look at the way they're struggling to be president. Some that cannot even stand on their feet. They are old people that should be resting with their grandchildren. I saw a program that the African leader, the one in Cameroon, he went to a AU meeting, and the man sat down there, and they gave him a paper to read. He didn't even remember. He didn't even know where he was, because he refused to. Your body, we are machine. We are like regular machine, unless you don't listen to your body. I know a lot of us want to live forever. That is the truth. But your body says no. I know how long you have lived, so your time clock is going. Your brain is getting down. Everything about you. I don't even know the comfort of living too long, because sometimes when you are old, when you know you cannot do a few things that you used to do before, you can't be jumping up the step and jumping down. You get wire. I never climb any stairs today without holding hands on the ground. I'm telling you. It's when you're strong enough, you fly up. You jog like you're jogging, push up, going up and down. But when your body says it's enough, there's nothing you can do. Doctors will always recommend something, of course. Nobody goes to the hospital and the doctor doesn't give him something. They will always give a name to the thing. There are people, not because they don't want to go to the hospital, they just decide probably they want to sit in their house and die quietly. Because when you go there, they will give you a name. They give that sickness a name. And that name is what is now killing you. It's not the sickness itself. Because you're not sleeping anymore, because you're thinking about the Ukurupaha, because they have names for basically everything. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that we want to go. That's all we're asking for. All these people that are clamoring to become president, where are you going to start? You are trying to cook a soup that there's already too much salt from the beginning. They put in the wrong thing in the soup, and it has gotten to a point where you start eating it and you start feeling that there's something wrong. Then you add either more water or less salt, and no, you don't need all that. So everybody who sees and thinks that anybody out there, I have said it, nobody can fix Nigeria. Nobody. I don't care who clamors for presidency. Talk is sweet. Talking. If talking was then beggars will be right. Because he's in his house, can't even find food to eat, and he's telling you he's going to build a mountain. We don't need that. What we need is what? Referendum. Give us that referendum that we're asking for. That's it. And we'll take it.
Come is the prince, I don't come again,
Everything it takes to become a human being. But because of the suffering of his people, he rose up to say, I want to save my people. And you hang him to the enemy, and you believe that you will be free. I'm telling them now, all those that think that their matters, the time is now. Release Nnamdi Kanu and let the sleepless dog lies. Don't let this thing run away, because the consequence, as I'm telling you, we are more than 1 million stand. We are waiting for our brother today to make a speech, and we know where we are heading to. Mazi, I will not say much. Time is coming, and it's ringing fastly. Mazi, thanks for having me, and God bless you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. We're still taking calls at 646-920-4541, 845-344-798-492-9406-9953. Give us a call.
Radio station with more. You're listening to the radio station. You're listening to this is Radio Biafra. Radio station with more. You're listening to the radio station. You're listening to this is Radio Biafra.
We are not like other people. Because as I once reminded you before we came, there was nobody like us. Now that we are here, they pretend, they copy, they emulate, they fabricate falsehood. But they can never be like us. Long after we are gone, they will wish we lived forever. IPOB is very special. Exceptionally special. The largest mass movement in the whole world, bar none. And we did it because Chukwokika Biama is with us. We did it because Chukwokika Biama created IPOB himself. And we are here to pilot its affairs. We will not prevaricate. We will not stop. We will not slumber until Biafra is fully restored to its former glory. Anybody in doubt as to our resilience and our determination to restore Biafra is not only mistaken, not only misguided, but needs to see a psychiatrist, because we are not stopping. I am a Nnamdi Kanu, and I don't stop until I get what I want.
All right.
And I want to ask you a question again, moving away from Lagos, even moving away from panels.
When we talk about
the
people
recent comments,
who
which
are
are
out there. Oh boy, somebody's interrupting. Okay, let me take this call before. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Peters, good afternoon.
Welcome to the program.
Yeah, this is Indina Madam calling from Germany. Thank you very much. Peter, there's one correction I want to make. Every time we come on this station, we'll be saying, if anything happened to Mazi Iyke, if anything happened. Have something not yet happened? Since the rendition of our leader from Kenya to Nigeria, have something not yet happened? We keep on saying this in the station, and they will be downloaded in the brain of our people down home, waiting for something to happen. And we are already in the deep fire. I keep on saying it. Freedom is not given. Freedom is taken.
So what do you suggest?
The world is talking about Putin today. Even we are talking now that Putin should go and bomb United Kingdom. Putin did not wait to pray. Putin did not want anybody to come on round table with him. He focused on what he's supposed to do. That is what the world are going to him now to seek for the peace. We must rise up, and if we know that we want to take freedom from Nigeria, because the world knows that Nigeria is a garden, is a farm flat for them. That is why they are not talking. It left for we to rise up to take what belongs to we.
But that's exactly what we've been talking about.
Yes. One, Nigeria is a place we all know that there is no law. Even the blind man, the deaf and dumb have seen that in Nigeria is a place where law does not exist. And in a place where law did not exist, how do you take what belongs to you from there? We must rise up and let the truth be said. Let's rise up now and do what we will do, because we have been saying this person, they are the people that rendition Mazi Iyke, all the whole governors we have been mentioning, they are there, nothing happened to them. That is why Mazi Iyke remains in the DSS custody, a place where the court have said that this man should go. No court should try him. We keep on saying when happen, we go. Enough is enough. The people who rendition Mazi Iyke, they are alive, their children are alive, they are working, breathing, living life. We hear every day talking. Until when we heard that Nnamdi is dead, is that where we will rise? The world is expecting us to do the rightful thing we will do, for them to come and intervene. And if we keep on silent, waiting when something happens, or the one we say we should go, it will never happen, it will never come. That is the truth, and that is the truth. Bye from here.
Thank you very much. But the truth is, you've spoken well, but I keep still asking the same question. Everything is a process. Nobody starts something. Let me put it this way. Action is something that is simultaneous. It's the one African country where the president had to resign because a little girl just started something. Something like this. One single little thing can happen somewhere that was part of what you're talking about. Nobody organizes a revolution. No, nobody. Believe me sincerely. Revolution might start by you cheating. Maybe there's somebody who comes to buy something in your shop, and you try to cheat the person, and then you touch that person. The next person will go, why did you touch him? The other one come, my brother. It starts from there, and it grows like a fire that spreads out. Relax. What we are doing on Radio Biafra especially is telling the world the consequences of what they are doing. If you think that anybody will go out there and organize a revolution, no. Maybe, I said, something will happen. NSAS, who sat down and organized NSAS? Nobody. It was just like a few musicians just spoke about it and said, how can we sit down here and these people are taking us, going to our ATM, taking our money and do that? He started something. Even though it was quelled on the way, because a revolution is when you start it, you have to follow it to the end. Revolution is like a soup. If you don't add more salt to it. So relax, my brother. I understand what you are saying. You have been saying this over and over and over, but time for that will come. It will come on its own. I'm telling you honestly, like a thief in the night. So let us take a call. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yes. Good morning to you, my brother.
Welcome to the
Good
program.
afternoon to Biafrans. And good night for those in that kind of time zone, like Australians and so. Thank you, my brother. And Happy New Year. Before I go on, Happy New Year to you. I mean, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. And may God give you all the desires of your heart. And I know on top of which is a free Biafra. And so I go to our leader. I say, our Father, our God, the only person we rely on. Please take care of our leader, his ailments.
Today
Give
is
him
January the 28th, 2023. The women will be here half past the hour, and it will be about 10 minutes. They will be here. The heat is on. We've been talking about our leaders since yesterday, 3 days now, and it is no longer a joke. We have decided to let the people know that these people are just playing games. In a lawless country, in a country where there is no law, they talk about law. Like mentioned yesterday, there are two laws, the ones for the north and the ones for the south. The laws for the Fulanis, they do no wrong, but they commit the worst crime. They commit the worst offenses. They are the ones that are the terrorists that was destroying everything in Nigeria. Look at the currency. Look at the currency. Tell me a country, if these people are serious, tell me a country that will all of a sudden bring out money. You will not have that money. You will not have it. The money will not be made accessible to you. But the ones you have, they want you to bring it in, then they will destroy it. They are not accepting it. They are telling you bring in the old ones. But you don't have enough to circulate with the new ones. The new ones are fake. They are fake because they are not. It's like a painter's job, a printer's job, and not a governmental print agency. This is just anybody that can design currency, put paint in it, and boom. Nigeria is just a sham. They publicly told you what the money is all about, that once you rub your hand on it, the paint sticks on your hand. They have it with, it's like a problem containing the counterfeiting of the main money, the main notes. How much less the one that they printed right in your presence? You were watching the guy reproduce the money. And the same paint that came off his own printing was the same paint that came out from the one the government printed. And they're telling you, come and get the new notes. And they are campaigning, running around, telling you, oh, they are going to burn your money when you bring it in. This is poor administration. This is not precision of. We have told you, you don't have a government. It is cabals that are running Nigeria, drug dealers. And I played what that lady said. I played it so that all of you will hear it. In case you missed it yesterday, it's still accessible at YouTube. In case you missed it, you had the lady. She told you this is a sham. You don't have a government. And all of us just keep waiting. And then you have this guy come to tell you exactly what we have been telling you. we are playing. We are being deceived. We are being misled. And why should we be misled? Are we not matured enough? And this is typical of African people. The health of our leader is in danger. Excuse me. It's in danger. And all these politicians are not even talking. And they want you to come and vote. And our people are not listening. They're just not listening. I don't know what will make them listen. I don't know what will happen to them before they listen. It is serious. People are watching us. People are watching us. They are watching us. And the blacks are beginning to watch us, Black Americans. And this guy has made a series of statements with regard to our mentality. He has made series of statements, and we can't seem to free ourselves. We can't seem to understand what is happening. We can't seem to understand. Listen to this guy before the women show up. It is a topic for another debate. It's good for you to listen to it, and it's typical of us. And this is why you have all these professors and now whatnot. They're not talking. All those that say they have this and that, they're not talking.
Keeps Africa enslaved to the Chinese and the white men by virtue of their politicians. Number one, we have been distracted in America, the Caribbean, Africa, all over the world. It's a Pan-African problem. We have been distracted from development with democracy. Everybody's focusing on who to vote for. You're not looking at the conditions. What's going to change whether he wins or he wins? Because guess who's financing both of them? The same people stealing your oil. Who's financing both of them? The same people stealing your gold. Who's financing both of them? The same people stealing your coltan. You follow me? So democracy is a joke they play on black people to make you think you can have radical transformation without revolution. The reason the white man pushes democracy globally so hard is if there's ever a breakdown in the black man's confidence in democracy, the only alternative is revolution. So that's number one. Democracy is a distraction from development. Number two, when I travel, especially Africa, but it's true in the Caribbean also, black people are more concerned with their tribe being in control than they are with liberation from foreign control. Are you following me? I've seen it. So when the elections is coming up, it's not about freeing us from white supremacy or Chinese imperialism. It's about, are my people going to be the president? Is somebody from my tribe going to be the prime minister? And because they're more concerned about tribal imperialism than African independence, this democratic scheme that they run on black people continues because we're so petty and so small in our thinking. I just want to make sure his people don't get the presidency. I'm not even looking at the bigger picture. The white man knows this. The Chinese know this. So they come in, exploit, finance both sides. So no matter who wins, they get all the resources. And then the third issue is most African leaders and Caribbean are foreign educated. They go to Britain for their education. They go to France for their education. They go to Belgium. They come to America for their education. And what did Dr. Carter G. Woodson say in Miseducation of the Negro? The college-educated Negro is seldom of any use to his race because the education he gets is an education that takes him away from identification with his people. So most of our African and Caribbean and American leaders are Negropean. They have an African body, they have a European mind. So the white man and the yellow man are controlling the black man through remote control by virtue of conscious control of the way that he thinks the entire thought process of the African leader. There's a few exceptions, but for most of them and the Caribbean, the entire thought process is that of a white man. How can we get free?
How can we get free? How can we get free? You see it play out in your streets. You see the PDP shooting at APC, APC shooting at PDP, and all sponsored by Britain, by London. By the way, they are telling you that your diversity is your strength, and you see what they are financing, and you see them coming to tell you we are giving you aid. Our people, instead of concentrating more on the bait they are putting down, on the corruption they are planting in their minds, now you get these people running around, you're voting and you're doing this. You're not learning your lessons. And who are these people? These are candidates that have been overseas. And the foreign governments use them as agents. And they come, put them in the office, and they destroy their own people. And you say you're conducting election. You see the lives that have been lost from the hands of our own people. And why is it that all this, I'm zeroing down on Biafrans because that's my concern. This is the area where I pay much attention to. Why is it that all Biafrans, all of them, regardless of the area you come from, Biafra land, why is it that all of you, each and every one of you that steps out of the continent, you cannot do anything? You cannot do anything. You succumb. The women are here. So I will hang up. They are here. Welcome, Nabiela.
Good morning, Mazi, Dr. Alozie. Yes, we are kind of ready.
Go ahead.
And we can get started whenever you let us.
You've already come in. Just go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, thank you, Mazi Iyke, for the opportunity to join you again on Radio Biafra this morning. It is a wonderful, cold, but brisk morning here in Texas. Good morning, His Excellency, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Good morning, my sisters. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, fellow Biafrans, great comrades, wonderful people, and IPOB worldwide. My name is Dr. Tina Iberechukwu. I am Ada Biafra from the heart of Biafra land, Olu province. We welcome you to the Faces of IPOB USA Women. We are coming to you this morning at 7:30 in the morning, so I tell you it's a brisk morning, it's cold. And I know my sisters may attest that it might be snowing on the East Coast. But here in the United States of America, we are learning a whole lot of things about how democracy works and how it doesn't work. And my brothers and sisters, our only hope to live a decent life as Biafrans is to live it in Biafra land. Do not let anyone deceive you that they're having a better life anywhere else in the world. We know that this is the land of the free. We know that this is the home of the brave. But we know that Biafra can be that or even better. Today is January 28, 2023. Radio Biafra USA broadcast through Radio Biafra London. Of course, that's our mother station, established years ago by our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to make sure that the world hear our voices this time. Because they pretended that they did not hear us during the 1960s, when they all converged on our land and killed us. We want to say that we are members of this wonderful name that it shakes the zoo whenever it's mentioned, IPOB. We support our DOS. And just like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu himself said, whatever Mazi Iyke says goes. That's our head of Directorate of State. We thank you, our host Mazi Alozi, and other radio presenters who come to the radio daily to keep us informed. We also thank IPOB media warriors who work tirelessly to debunk blackmails against us. We're asking today more vehemently than ever before, Nigeria, let our leader go. You're poisoning him, you're trying to kill him, let him go. Because if you don't, we are not mincing words, it is not going to be well with you. And of course, after you let our leader go, we still persist and insist on its internationally supervised referendum. Sister Victoria, go ahead and introduce yourself while we wait for my other sisters to join.
Thank you for having me this morning. Good morning, Biafrans all over the world, and more especially Biafran people in Biafra land. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all IPOB members, Assistant Security members, all DOS, radio men and women, and most especially our wonderful leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Our heart goes out to you. Our heart goes out to you, the prisoner of conscience. Other than Jesus Christ that suffered for everybody else, you are the one in prison for people you know, for people you don't know, for people who care about you, for people who don't care about you. You are there languishing. Every day we are hearing about your health, which is not very good. But we thank God because we don't even believe you'll be alive till now. It's a sign that Chukwu Kagama is with you. And we'll see you through. We are here this morning, another day. Our heart is always heavy because of the punishment meted out to our people, and the whole world is quiet. While our people are being eaten up like grasshopper eating up a farm. This morning we pray that as we talk with you, if you have not been thinking about freedom and liberation, begin to think about it. And those of you who find themselves in channels that are working with the zoo to keep the slavery going, think of liberating yourself. Because that little food that you eat today, tomorrow you'll surely be hungry. Again, my name is Victoria. I'm
very happy to be here this morning with you. We wait for our comrades to join. You know, everyone has their schedules. We know how hard it is to meet up, but we try our hardest to be here on Saturdays. We'll start with a prayer. This is prayer for the king in time of war. War is being waged against our leader personally. War is being waged against Biafrans all over the place, but especially in Biafra land. So in time of war, we pray that the Lord answer you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in time of distress. This is great distress. The name of the God of Jacob defend you. May the Chukwu Kikabiyama send you help from his temple. From Zion, be your support. May God remember your every offering. Graciously accept all your holocausts. Grant what is in your heart. Fulfill your every plan. May we shout for joy at your victory. Raise the banners in the name of our God. The Lord grant your every prayer. Now we know victory is given to the anointed of the Lord. May you continue to receive victory after victory. Amen. God will answer you from the holy heavens with a strong arm that brings victory. Some rely on chariots, others on horses, but we on the name of the Lord. Our Ezechukwu. They collapse and fall, but we stand strong and firm. Lord, grant victory to the King. Answer when we call you. He said, he said, he said. And we add to that prayer for the leader. Graciously rescue our leader, Mazi Nnamdi. Oh God, come quickly to help him. Oh Lord, confound and put to shame those who seek his life. Turn back in disgrace those who desire his ruin. Let those who say, aha, turn back in their shame. But may all who seek you rejoice and be glad in you. May those who long for your help always say, God be glorified. Here we are, afflicted and poor. God, come quickly. You are our help and deliverer. Lord, do not delay. You say, yes, he said, my sister, you continue with our prayer. Our gracious Father, we thank you for another day, another opportunity to be alive. Father, we understand, oh God, that we are just like grasses and our beauty fades away. However, oh God, you care for these grasses and you clothe them and feed them every day. Many people think that by the multitude of their chariots, by the multitude of their evil plan, that they succeed. But our Father, our trust is in you. You raised up a man like David in a time that entire Israel were in distress. You raised him up, you used him. You raised a man like Samson in his own time. In our time, O God, you raised our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Will you not be with him? Will you not uphold him? Will you not answer our prayers? As it were in the beginning. Father, we believe that it is the same till today. Let every hand and knees and every plan that is against him, O God, and against Biafra restoration fall apart. Father, we pray that you put enmity in the enemy's camp. Place confusion in their meetings, O God. Let it become like the building of the Babel. Let it come to nothing, O God. We pray for our leaders in IPOB, the Eastern Security members, Lord, that they will not lose heart, that they will not fall away. Father, Lord, for the Bible says that many are the afflictions of the righteous, but God delivers him from them all. Father, we believe you, O God, that you can deliver our leaders, O God, that they will not fall victim to the plan of the enemy. Let every evil plan fall apart as it has been falling against IPOB. It has been falling apart. Every evil plan against IPOB has been falling, and it will fall, and they will fall with their face down. Thank you, O God, for every fighting man, fighting woman who has not given up their right. Lord, we pray that every hand holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will let him go. Father, restore Biafra. Answer our prayers. For we know that salvation alone comes from you, and you're doing it. Be in our mouth, be in our thoughts, be in the heart of the listeners this morning. Continue to speak to us individually. And in all things, O God, we will rejoice in our holy land. In the name of Chukwuka, we have prayed. He said, thank you very much, my sister. Our theme remains that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, and who is now illegally detained in DSS dungeon in the zoo called Nigeria, and being poisoned and tortured, must be released immediately for his health's sake, for our sake, and for humanity's sake, but especially for the zoo's sake. Because if they don't do it, we are going to go into something that they have never seen in their existence, 60 years of existence. They think that they fought a war in the 60s and defeated us. This time they will fight a war forever until they let Biafra go. So they better do the needful and do it now. So our theme is release our leader and release him now, today, not tomorrow, and give us Biafra referendum. So my sister, let me begin with reading Mazi Powerful's press release from yesterday, and then there is something else that we need to read. But just to tell you how downcast we are this morning, we want to let you know the caption or the title of this press release. And immediately after anybody reads it, just think, what am I thinking right now? Because that's our first question. Nigeria government is systematically killing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in DSS custody with poison. This is a title of a press release by our media and publicity secretary, Mazi Iyke, yesterday. Comrade Iyke said, Nigeria government systematically killing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in DSS custody with poison. And you know we're Igbo people. We understand it. But the minute I read it, my whole being sank. I couldn't breathe for a second. I was gasping for air, though I was not sick and I was not even standing up. So we will start with that question. The first question is, Nigeria government is killing our leader? How does that statement even come to you? How do you feel when you hear it? We know that they were capable of all sorts of things. Even as Biafrans, we have projected, sometimes it comes to our mind, but we have never been sure that it was happening until it's written in black and white that Nigerian government is systematically killing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in DSS custody with poison. We will discuss what sorts of poisonous things they are doing and giving to him. But for right now, Mother Victoria, how does that statement make you feel?
My sister, our hearts as Biafrans are very heavy. Because even before it came to black and white, we already know that from the time the devil used whoever it used to bring our leader, that his health has been going down. Number one, he's not allowed to receive any treatment. Number two, he is locked up in a lonely jail. Number three, he is not allowed to come out and meet with people. All these are ways to poison the system. And like I've been saying in this media, that there is no way you can lock somebody up for 3 good months without a person beginning to act like a deranged person. These are physical ways of poisoning human system. We are not meant to be held captive in one place. It destroys the body. So this is a systemic way of killing our leader. How do I feel about it? I feel very sad. It's unfortunate that while the world is scrambling for what they can get, those who are getting killed, and nobody cares about it because they are looking for something. And we have politicians who don't look beyond the money. We have representatives who don't look beyond the envelope, brown envelope they are going to receive. They don't care who gets killed. As Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is there with his health going down, the same way every Biafran who understand what that means, they are going down, getting depressed every day. Now that means the world doesn't know that somebody is being held, an activist is being held. From the time that they brought him back, extraordinary rendition from Kenya, they blamed Britain. Britain quickly exonerated themselves. Said, no, we didn't. It wasn't in our country. And they have been working it out with Kenya until Kenya begin to speak and say, no, it's not from us. Now Nigeria and their zoo government, the Fulani government, has no other way to go than to accept that they brought him in that way. And since then, what have they been doing? Giving him punishments beyond what the eyes can see. Only our leader knows exactly what is going through there. But we have the feeling that something is going on. We have the feeling it doesn't feel good at all that the world will make out a law, and the law they make out is for themselves, and they project it like it is for everybody. How come that you're holding a British citizen in jail illegally from the one they brought him, and Britain put close their eyes towards this? But that means they know everything going on in the world. Don't they know? They know. But it is good for them to continue to hold him back in jail so they continue to rape our land. They rape us of human beings. They rape us of organs. They rape us of resources. And they are raping us of our leader too. And this is in agreement with the world. How can they look us in the face and time to come and want us to believe that the law that they make for humanity, that Africa is part of it? That is how it makes me feel. It's giving me a change of mind to understand that it looks like this world is in the hand of the people who are out there just to make gain for themselves. How can I trust the law that is being made out there that is for me? If my leader is being brought, they broke all international laws and they kept him there. And now, after October 13, they still held him down there. This is 4 months later, and nobody is saying anything. Everybody is quiet, and they continue to run around like rat race in the zoo. What makes me understand that there is justice out there? There is not, because Nigeria is just like a tree that crosses over to another community, and the community is quiet, knowing that they have been violated. That is how I feel. I feel violated. I feel neglected. I feel hated. I feel abandoned. That our leader is there and they are punishing him in every way possible. We are not even talking about the food that he eats and what poison can do. We are not even saying anything about that. But our leader is there. Biafrans are being punished everywhere they are. They are in jail all over the world. It makes me feel less a human because that's what they want me to feel. But in everything, I still put my heart that God is able, that my leader will not die in jail, because that is going to spell a lot of evil in the heart of many who understand the struggle and knows what he has gone through. I feel very bad. I feel depressed. And may God hear our cry and release our leader.
Thank you very much. May he indeed hear our cry, because we have been crying since yesterday. I know my sisters, and I know some of us, when we sat down yesterday, after we read it, some of us sat moping. But some of us cried and cried and cried buckets. And some of us just swung into action, started calling each other and calling people, talking to people. However way you're coping with this, don't stop. This is a continuous action until we see our leader outside of that zoo. Continuous action. Great Biafrans, continuous action. You cannot rest. There is no rest for my soul. There shouldn't be rest for your soul. You simply know that you have to do what you have to do. Because they're calling us Ewuofia Kayima right now. Because just like my sister said, I feel less human. Because the unseen hands behind the scenes are manipulating the Fulani Janjaweed in Nigeria to do this evil to us. When our leader was taken from Kenya to Nigeria, of course, Britain said, no, we have nothing to do. It didn't happen in our land. But it was all arranged to happen like that. It couldn't have happened in their land. They know there will be direct actors and somebody will call them and ask questions about it. So they have to make it convenient for themselves and continue to swindle Black Africans to send to make sure that this atrocity was committed in Kenya and not in Britain, because they know that he's a British citizen. The king's subject, as it is right now, is languishing in DSS dungeon and has been acquitted of all charges, but still held. And the king, even after he took over, has not said a thing about it. It is very convenient for them to use us, for the colonialists to use their slaves in Africa, in Kenya this time, and of course working in tandem with the evil men and women, politicians and otherwise in Nigeria, the zoo. They renditioned, broke all international laws, broke all the national laws that they could, and brought my leader, took my leader back into the zoo, acquitted him, and still holding him. But my sister, even though he has renounced Nigerian citizenship, they have nothing to do with this man. He is not a Nigerian. He maintained his Biafran birth certificate. I mean, who has ever seen this kind of wickedness? Continue. It is very wicked. It is so wicked, it's so painful that I can feel the pain in my body physically. I could not move much yesterday. I could not think straight because we have always conjured in our hearts, in our minds, that this might be happening, but it was never substantiated until yesterday when I saw Mazi Chinasaworu's tweet, and then I saw Mazi Ima Powerful Comrade Ima Powerful's press release, and then I saw other statements by other great Biafrans. And now we have a letter from our Directorate of State, which I will bring to your notice also during this program. It's confirmed that these people, these things that we have been saying in our minds and kind of whispering to each other is truly happening. But let me read part of that press release so that you will understand the magnitude of what we're speaking about. We're not talking about we think that something is happening. Our leader actually described it to someone. And can you imagine my leader actually speaking these words to someone who would then bring it out to be shared with the DOS and now shared with IPOB worldwide and everyone else in the world? Can you imagine how painful this must have been for my leader to be speaking this to us, to people who love him, he knows loves him. We, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the leadership and command of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wish to reiterate once again to the general public that Nigeria government and its secret security agency, DSS, have decided to kill off our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is in their custody through poison, drug overdose, drug abuse, and starvation. My sister, drug overdose, drug abuse, starvation. The secret police want to eliminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through a silent and systematic starvation, depriving him of his drugs or drug overdose in their solitary confinement facility in Abuja, Nigeria. For the first time, we have heard Mazi Nnamdi Kanu complain about his life. This is the first time. I know he has said, okay, they didn't give me food here and there. They starved me for 7 days, which is torture enough in anybody's book. They didn't let me out. They don't let me come outside to see the sunlight, which is torture enough, psychologically, emotionally, intellectually, and even physically. They have tortured him every day. But now he's coming out to say, my life is in danger, great Biafras. He complained very bitterly that he is dying slowly. My leader used his mouth to tell someone's ears that I am dying slowly. Can you imagine that coming from the lion himself? People, let's really consider what is going on here. That's why the magnitude of this message is dead. It kills my soul. I don't know how to really take it. He is being given inadequate medication. Sometimes the medication is not enough. He also complained bitterly that DSS has subjected him to drug abuse as medicine meant for 2 weeks are given to him in 8 days. Now, okay, let's get this correct. Like a prescription that is supposed to be administered over 14 days, they will compact it and give drug overdose to my leader. Instead of giving it in 14 days, they give it to him in 8 days. Let's just understand this. They're sometimes keeping the drug away from him, then other times they're giving him, overdosing him on the drugs that he's supposed to use. He complained that he hasn't been allowed to see any doctor since the 2nd week of December. So even when they're overdosing him and giving him more drugs that he needs and giving it to him in more quantities, the DSS has refused to take him to the doctor in spite of his deteriorating health. He says he feels his internal organs are being badly affected. Yet the DSS have refused to take him to the hospital. He also complained bitterly about pain and ringing sound in his ear. Oh my goodness. Where he was hit during the torture in Kenya. Do you remember that he was hit many times? While he was in Kenya, he was beaten with all sorts of materials, all sorts of weapons. Now, maybe they have damaged the eardrums of our leader, and now he has the ringing sound constant in his left ear. Our leader complained that if he lies down, whatever he eats comes out. So he's regurgitating, vomiting food when he tries to lay down. I'm not that kind of a doctor, my dear comrades and friends, radio listeners. I'm not that kind of a doctor at all. I'm an academic doctor. But when you're laying down and things that are inside of you that you ate maybe hours ago are coming out of your mouth, I think that's not good. That is very bad. They might call it reflux of some sort, but this is very, very bad. He also said he can smell the odor coming from his intestines through his mouth. He says he is afraid he may not survive it. Oh, Jesus. I read this 2 times. I read it 3 times. I read it to make sure I understood that my leader actually spoke this to someone's hearing. But of course, he added quickly, but God Almighty Chukwokika Abiyama will help me to survive. We now know that God only is keeping our leader alive. He also complained about poor feeding. Now let's talk about, you give him all this medicine and you don't feed him well, which is making his health worse. According to him, most of the time he is fed with only bread at morning time and night because DSS is complaining that his feeding is getting too expensive for them. Oh my goodness, my head hurts just thinking that you're giving the king in Biafra land, you're giving him bread for food in the morning and at night. As a woman who manages a household, who buys food for my family, this pains me inside of my stomach. Remember, and our mothers told us, during Biafra War, when they didn't have things to eat, when the mother will find the smallest morsel of food, she will share it among her children and give her husband some. She herself will even go hungry because she wants her children and her husband to eat. As a Biafra woman, my stomach is tightening every time I think about this. That my own king and leader of this struggle of over 80 million people is giving bread in the morning and giving bread at night. And they're saying with their own mouths that food is too expensive for them. His feeding is too expensive for them. Great Biafrans, this hurts to the core. This hurts. It is on record, Mazi, Comrade Imapawafu says, it is on record that DSS refused the 1 million naira that IPOB leadership gave to them to provide adequate medication and food for our leader. It is obvious that our leader has been poisoned by DSS and allowed to die gradually. The word gradually is what has been sinking in our minds. We have whispered it to each other. We have kind of said it to ourselves, but it's never in black and white. We knew something was going on. We suspected why they're holding him still even after he has been acquitted of all charges. We wondered what they are doing. Now we know they're doing what? Poisoning him to allow him to die gradually. Irrespective of his current ordeal, our leader expressed confidence in the Biafran struggle for liberation and charged the members of this noble movement to remain resolute and never engage in any form of criminality. My leader is suffering and telling us, please don't engage in any form of criminality. Please hear him, great Biafrans. That's all I can say. We are worried. Now, that's an understatement. Everyone is worried. Mazi, Comrade Imapawafu, is saying, we are worried that all the Igbo leaders are silent at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's illegal detention and gradual poisoning. All Nigerians, especially the lawyers, should know that a bad legal precedent is being set. If they allow this precedent to happen, then anybody can be detained in Nigeria without any charge or case against him. And that is true. We are reminding the Institute for Economics of Peace to know that if any, now this is the group who wrote who issues out the terror index. They are called Institute for Economics of Peace, but they bring us war. They put IPOB, the indigenous people of Biafra, on their terror index. So Imapawafu is trying to address them here. We are reminding the Institute for Economics of Peace to know that if anything untoward happens to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they should prepare to accept more dollars for their 2023 reports, because we shall no longer care about what false level they put on us. We cannot afford to allow the Nigerian government to systematically and slowly kill the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is illegally detained against the court verdicts in the Nigerian Department of State Services, DSS. We cannot no longer stand still and let them continue to hold our leader. Great Biafrans, if there's anything you can do, actively start to think and prepare to do it. The world is keeping mute, but we are going to make them talk when the time comes. Igbo politicians who are trying to trade Mazi Nnamdi for elections will also say, had we known. When we finish with them, they will be saying, had we known. IPOB never said that. Their shambolic selection process that they call election will not hold in our territory. We never said that. But if they allow anything to happen to our leader, then let everyone prepare for unavoidable consequences. IPOB is still civil, peaceful, and gentle, but the consequences of not releasing Mazi Nnamdi alive, timely and unconditionally, will be left to be imagined by the Nigerian government and everybody else in the world. If they want to hold our leader and anything happens, my goodness, if you have never heard of Biafra Haram, prepare. Prepare, because the way it is looking, their plan has always been the same. Now that we understand their plan, I'm going to stop thus far and ask Mwada Victoria, do you know what the implications of these details are to us and to our leader? My sister, I am short of word. It's like, as you're talking, it's like you're opening up a wound. We know the wound is there, but now opening it and ransacking the wound is very painful. You know, the word you're talking about, Islamists that are everywhere now harassing people, they were concerned in their land. They were concerned in Iran and Iraq, doing whatever they feel is what their religion requires. Until people came and scattered their land, and now they fly out everywhere and they don't give a damn. They will still use their religion, and criminality and evil is now spreading. And anybody that thinks that they are not doing nothing will understand when the time comes. That is the same thing. Because we are looking up to those who made laws. In fact, it looks like the Bible calls it sentence sepulchre. You see, you look at it from outside, it looks so good, but when you go inside, it's a different thing. I was listening this morning when Mazi Iyke was playing a clip. If you say that black people doesn't understand that we are meat for the rest of the world, it's a lie. We now know. We now understand. But we just that we lack the wickedness of heart, which they have in doing evil. But that may not happen when it comes to that our leader, our wonderful leader, that you killed him and suffered him for this is years now. Suffered this man and killed him. Then why the caution? You throw caution to the wind. Because there's no need. If a man who did nothing is being held down, punished, and he can say he can smell himself from inside, what does that mean? The person is getting rotten from inside. And one day they'll say, okay, take him out to go and see a doctor, knowing that he will not be able to make it. I mean, this is pure wickedness. And as we are ringing the bell, everybody else is quiet and saying nothing about it. This is, I mean, is there anything that we should ever trust in this world? Is there anything that they are telling us out there? The democracy they brought is to derange us, where we don't know what is right and what is wrong anymore. That somebody said, this marriage, in fact, when I look at it, Britain that is quiet, they brought us all together and they did their experiment and have enjoyed it over 100 years. Now come and disentangle us. They are very quiet in their corner, thinking that this evil will not get to them. It will get to them in their very palace.
it will get to them in their place of comfort. Because you have punished people for over 100 years. You signed your amalgamation. And now somebody says, I am tired of this forced marriage. I don't want it anymore. And you turn your back pretending like you don't know what you did. Unless if there is no God in this world, unless if there is none, unless if the evil men will continue to try forever without any recompense, unless if they will continue, if not in the comfort zone, in their meeting, in their parliament, the same evil they've meted to Africa was going to go to them, and more especially our leader and Biafrans. Look at the life expectancy, 40 years. Why? In the midst of plenty. People have 40 years and you're laughing. People have been punishing over the years. And now you see, you know what it means for you to begin to watch yourself die. The best death is that probably you lay down your bed and you wake up, you're no more. You're gone. But you watch yourself day by day, the anxiety of seeing yourself die, of seeing your dreams perish, of not knowing what the outcome of your struggle will be. That is so much poison in anybody's system. Our leader has been holding on. And now that he's speaking, our people should understand that there is no more time left. We cannot continue to wait until his last breath. Whatever we can do, let us do it. If not, you have accepted yourself a slave, your family gone for generation. Africa will continue to be a farmland for them. Whenever they don't have people to work, they come to Africa and pick. When they need organs, they go and dissect Africans and pick up their organs. Africa will continue to be a farmland for the rest of the world. And it's unfortunate that Africans themselves don't even see what he's saying. Africans themselves don't even say nothing. Pan-Africanism is nothing. You see this happening, everybody should join their voice and say this is wrong. And nobody is saying anything. That is why I'm like, is Africa destined to be destroyed? Is Africa raised up to be destroyed? If not, if our God is still there, I know that he will make a way for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Since October 13th, this is January 28th, judgment has been denied. The court has been in vacation for 4 months, and nothing is happening. Nobody is saying anything. All we are saying is release our leader. Do not watch him go through the torture and agony of death while he's still alive. Do not watch him. Since we have leaders that are running up and down, all they are working for is killing more people, more people. How long will you kill? What will be, will be. That is one thing. Whatever will be, will be. No matter how long it is denied, no matter how long you step on it, no matter how long you say it's not going to happen, if Biafra will be restored, it will be restored. You can't stop it. All we are saying is, whatever anybody can do, let us not just wait on the last minute. Those people that are writing against Biafra, let all Biafrans rise up. Biafrans at home, Biafrans abroad, let us begin to challenge them in our little pockets. Let us begin to raise our banner once again. Our leader is in jail. Let us rise up again while we still have the time in our hand. Because no matter what we do, we cannot restore life that is lost. It's only God that can do it. This is the time. We can't wait till the last minute. Let us rise up again, under the code, under the shine. Let's do something. Let us give up our job one day and come out and speak to the world. Let us go to offices that will not allow us in. Let us stand in their door and make them to speak. It's not going to be left for one person. Let us go and knock on all those doors and tell them, look, justice is being crucified in Zoo Dungeon. Justice is being crucified. Are you going to be quiet? Or after everything's been done, all of you begin to rise up? Medicine after death. Biafrans, we are going to say here we are for someone to tell us there you are. Let us rise up. We are not going to wait for the last minute. If our leader is speaking up like this, it is very, very important that we take notice. Thank you.
My dear sister, thank you very much. Great Biafrans, let me challenge you with the words of Professor Akintoye. To, of course, Tinubu, the challenges facing our they were talking about the Yoruba nation, but the challenges facing our Biafra nation do not arise from the regular and open politics of Nigeria. Far apart from Nigeria politics, the challenges facing us as Biafran people arise from the decision of the Fulani nation, a nation that has never had a homeland anywhere in their history, to at last create for their Fulani nation a homeland, to make the whole of Nigeria the homeland, and to forcibly conquer, break, and subjugate all the indigenous peoples and homelands all over Nigeria for that purpose. Indeed, in the words of some Fulani groups, indigenous nation resists too stubbornly, then the Fulani herds must exterminate such a nation completely. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told us this wonderful truth a long time ago. Some of us heard it and followed him. You heard it and followed him. Now they're trying to kill justice, just like my sister called it, and rightfully so. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the justice of Biafra land, the justice of indigenous peoples all over Nigeria. All over Nigeria, including the Hausas, even the Fulanis themselves, including the Yoruba nation and all other nations contained in that Nigeria. Justice is being systematically poisoned and killed. If they succeed in killing justice in Biafra in century, justice will not reach us for a long time. When we finish our program, I always say this phrase: it is now or never. We say it, and I say it so often that I don't really usually think about it anymore. But the truth is that it is now or never, because if we blink this time and let justice die in Nigeria, me, you, your children, your children's children will not smell justice as far as we continue to answer Igbo people. We need to do it for us. We need to do it for our children. We need to do it for our neighbors. We need to do it for our friends. We need to even do it for the Hausa people. We need to push hard now even for the Yoruba people. We need to push it hard even for the people in the middle belt of Nigeria, Kwararamfa people and the middle belters, whoever is there, even other tribes in the north. The only people who have the gut to challenge this monster called Nigeria today are the Biafran people. And it's only because the Son of Justice was born to us, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The only reason we can speak is because he spoke. My dear friends, brothers and sisters, even if you have your conscience have died to this struggle, ask your friends to wake their consciences up, because if we don't speak now, we may never speak again. We may never be able to speak again. I warn us that if we don't speak now, we may never be able to speak again. Sister, I am going to read what our Directorate of State has put out, and it shows in black and white. There are powerful statements being made by our Directorate of State, and we must make sure that we follow exactly what they said and follow strong behind them. I call them the men of the last defense, the men and women of the last defense. They are the last men standing behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And we standing behind them is exactly what we're going to do, especially in this critical time. Its memo to IPOB families worldwide, supporters of our self-determination movement and lovers of freedom. This is was actually written on January 17th. So our people, our leadership has known, and they have done the needful by penning this particular document. It has become very imperative for the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra, DOS, to make this very important affirmation and reiteration on some pertinent issues. I hope this is the one I'm thinking about. This is an old memo, but I must say this. The first two statements so very important, because if we don't take our eyes off of it, we're dead. And especially now, when they tell us to march, we must march. He says the leader of this great movement, the indigenous people of Biafra worldwide, is still Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. By the way, because he is the flag bearer, if the flag bearer goes down, the flag goes down. We don't want our flag to go down. Our flag cannot come down again. Then the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra is the apex administrative institution saddled with the responsibility of running the day-to-day affairs of our world. And what is necessary today, as Mazi Chinasamuru is calling us from his tweets from yesterday, is to stand up and do the actions of what we have been threatening to do. I want us to connect the dots at this point. Let's connect the dots. The poisoning of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the blackmails by murders in Biafra land, the killing of our people daily, the criminality that they have introduced in Biafra land, and then the report of the terror index that added IPOB as part of that. Please connect the dots for us. What is happening? Why does it seem like the world is against us all at the same time? Sister Victoria.
Yes, my sister. It is not just the world seemingly against.
Sister
I tell you
Victoria,
that. Yes, my sister. Can you hear me?
I think you might be on mute.
No. Can you hear me?
Sister Victoria,
Hello?
I think you're mute.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Keep talking. Go ahead.
I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Okay then. All right. It is not just the world seemingly against us. It didn't start now. Biafra is a rising sun. From all the things that we have been learning and hearing, and more especially through Dr. Kaki and the media, you understand that this is a calculated offense against Biafra. Because if you look at entire Africa, there is nobody else that is as gifted as in black Africans more than Biafrans. There is no other people who started before. And from the whole story, even the Westerners was borrowing money from Biafra. That was their interest. And then, just like God gave Biafra the wealth of resources, they have the demonic own bread. And they know that the only way is to fight Biafra down. And you see, the offense of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is ever speaking up that he is going to liberate not only Biafra, but other African countries that are held down by the West and by our own rulers. That is how I call them. That is the offense, because he let the devil know what the intent of his heart is. And for that reason, because they don't want anything black to survive, that is why all of them are keeping quiet like they don't know. But they know the secret of every nation. They know every secret plan. Recently, all of them closed their embassies because they have already planned that Boko Haram is about to strike. And all of them moved. How did they know? earlier than the indigenous people, because all of them are running the show together. Should Biafra rise up? Biafra has something to contribute to the world, as we are contributing under slavery as it is today. Why should Biafra now have their own medical doctor? Why should they now have their own hospital that is standard, that other people from other parts of the world should not come to Biafra land to treat their people? It is better for us to go abroad and get treated. Why would they want us to rise up when we can build our own machines, build our own artilleries, build our own industries, build our own roads? We wouldn't need their help. Why would they want Biafra to rise? Knowing that if you're given the opportunity, you have something to give to the world. No. The black people's name should not enter any history book as being able to do anything. I remember when there was Iran-Iraq war, the West was part of it. They liberated Iran from Iraq then and now ended up destroying Iraq. Because somehow, Iraq has something to offer. But now that Iran has become a python, who is there to stop him? They are there growing terrorists all over the world. And they can't stop that. What they will do is the people who want to live their own life and live a natural life in this world, they will not allow them. Every meeting they go, I have a brother who is in Europe. The lawyers over there know what is going on. All of them know the secret. And everybody is keeping quiet because you are not the one that is going to let the ghosts go. You are not the one that is going to let them go. Not that they don't know the suffering going on. They all know. And that is why I'm saying the same evil that Britain meted out of Biafra, may it not depart from their household. May it not depart from British people who are in support of the evil to the Biafrans. They are the one they are looking at because they are their slaves. Biafrans are their slaves. So other people, other West powers will not come to liberate them because their slave master has not said so. If Britain said today, okay, Biafrans go, we are tired of you, go. All of them ones, they fall in line. But they cannot go. Just like you have France. And all the people they are holding captive. But the funny thing that is in this generation, there is more knowledge. But the problem is, how are we going to make this knowledge work for us? So that Africa, West Africa, Biafra can be free. The problem is that we have been corrupted over the years. There. We are no longer able to stand our ground. We are no longer able to make decisions and go through. If you rise up, they will bribe you out of the way. If you want to breathe, they will sniff life out of your way. How come that time after time, you will leave Boko Haram, you will leave the terrorists, if ISIS was Africa, you will not list them as terrorists. Somebody will be listing Biafra. This is not the first time. Biafra does not kill nobody. All we are saying is, leave our land alone. Stop raping us. They will leave them. Yes, they are terrorists because they are fighting for their rights. And the people that are fighting for them to have access are not. And you see the West will raise up those people who have false reports, whose evil report against Biafra. Yes, they'll be raised. How can somebody be congratulating Buhari for a good job done when there are lives falling every day? China is carrying as much dead bodies and live bodies and babies and heads and organs every day. Everybody is enjoying the onslaught going on. It is not seemingly, it is actually. And anybody who wants to rise up, they tried, before they started this way, they have tried everything possible to drive our leader out of the way, to seal his mouth. Close your mouth so we can keep taking what we are taking. And because he refused, that is why he's where he is. And every top government that talk about justice is quiet. They pretend like they don't know. As we are talking, how many people are even listening? As we are talking, the people who are listening are the people looking for avenue to suppress us more. Our own people, what about they? There are many of them that pretend that they don't know what is going on in our own land. So if we say that the West don't care, if we say that other African countries don't care, what about our own people whose families are being destroyed? Everybody is hunting each other down like they want everybody is a food for the other person. Well, how come that they don't know? They have world news. How do they get their world news? They know everybody that wants to do whatever. How come that they don't know? It is not seemingly. It is actual. that they want to keep Biafra down, that their prosperity may continue. According to a white man that made the news, he said that the prosperity of the West depends on the poverty of Africa. So Africa has to be maintained poor for them to continue to prosper. And me, as a believer in the Almighty God, if he had decided that all of them are liars and Biafra and West Africa is their prey, there's nothing we can do about it. But if that is not the case, if peradventure there is time for everything, a time for liberation will come, Biafra will be liberated and Africa will be liberated, irrespective part of the struggle or not, irrespective of those who want to agree or not. How come that a Fulani Janjaweed, a homeless Fulani, is now owning indigenous people land, and indigenous people are on the flight? They are running and flying out of the country, and they are occupying the country. This is evil, and we already know, and that is the problem. If we didn't know they swallowed us up, everybody would be a happy camper. Everybody will be happy. But because we now know, we understand the game, that is the problem. Because once we liberate ourselves, the prosperity of the world will be taken off. At least 1% of it will be gone. Because Biafrans will choose to use it for their own people. But we are saying, whoever you are, Biafran wealth is also for you. In these cases, that at least Biafran can have meal to eat while you take the bulk of it if you want to. All we are asking is, allow us to live as a people. All we are saying is, let us be. Let us come back home and be happy, just like we are in the Western world. Until this day that gunshot is going everywhere, when you walk, you go home. Many people don't even know what's going on in the government. Because you go to work, you come back home, you eat your meal, you get ready, you go back again the next day. That is what we are asking for Biafra. Allow us to be as a human being. We don't want to be going to the farm, you are afraid somebody is coming behind you to kill you. We want to work with our hands. We are enterprising. You can continue with the resources, but allow us to be as a nation. Allow us to think for ourselves. Stop meddling with our own elections. Stop meddling with our society so that you continue to prosper and keep us poor. A time has come for you to let go. You have suffered us enough. You have suffered us enough. We want to be free like other people. Let our leader go. Let Biafra go. And Africans that want to be free, let them be free. That is what we say. You can still have the resources because you need it so much. We can do other things. Thank you, my sister.
Thank you very much, my sister. I finally found the correct memo on the correct day, which was yesterday. Yesterday was 27th of January, 2023, when the indigenous people of Biafra's Directorate of State wrote, the deteriorating health of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide. The Directorate of State of the indigenous people of Biafra is very much concerned about the report we received regarding the present health condition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, who is still being illegally held in the custody of the Nigerian Secret Police, the DSS, notwithstanding the fact that the Nigerian Court of Appeal has discharged and acquitted him of all trumped-up charges brought against him by the Nigerian government. We wish a lot the international community of the fact that the Nigerian Secret Police, the DSS, has deliberately escalated its torture of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whom they are still illegally detaining, despite the order of a court of competent jurisdiction for the immediate and unconditional release. We have it on good authority that the DSS, acting on the script given to it by the Nigerian government and in collaboration with the certain politicians of Igbo extraction, like Hope Uzodimma, the Imo State Supreme Court Administrator, some Ohanese leaders, Malami, the Attorney General of the Federation, and others whose names will be made public in due course met to discuss how to eliminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. At this meeting, it was suggested that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be poisoned and allowed to die slowly. With the current deterioration of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's health, coupled with the refusal for weeks now of the DSS to allow him to see a doctor, and the fact that they have continued to provide inadequate medication for his known ailment, as well as denying him proper feeding, it has become obvious what the plan of the DSS and their collaborators are. Recollect that certain collaborators who claim that they are counting down to the declaration of Biafra is actually working according to the timeline they have set for the poison administered to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to have irreversible effects on him. The Nigerian judiciary must prove that it is not indirectly part of this sinister plan to eliminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by expediting the hearing of the appeal brought before it. The Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra wish to put the UN, the United Nations, AU, African Union, EU, European Union, UNHRC, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Ohanese, PANDEF, Afenifere, Middle Belt Forum, Ariwa Consultative Forum, the Christian Association of Nigeria, governors of the Southeast and South-South region, politicians of Biafran extraction, especially politicians of Igbo extraction, civil society organizations, Amnesty International, and so forth, on notice that nothing must happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the custody of the DSS or shortly after his release. The leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra must not be held accountable for the grave consequences that will ensue should the Nigerian government continue in their chosen path of illegality and planned murder. Self-determination is a universally recognized right of indigenous peoples, and we are Biafran people. We, the Biafran people, will not be cajoled or compelled to jettison or abandon that right. And this is signed by Mazi Iyke, the head of the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, on the 27th of January, yesterday, 2023. My brothers and sisters, there are no other words to say after reading this. They have planned the murder of our leader. That's number one. And some people have been named as being part of that plan. And then there's a collaborator, an infiltrator in that was possible. He didn't infiltrate us, but he wanted to set up another camp. That's why he was able to say to the world, I have a timeline when Biafra will be declared. He is waiting for that timeline when our leader has been poisoned to the extent that he cannot, the effects of the poison will not be able to be revised, to be turned back. That's why he was estimating the time for Biafra to come. He's thinking that when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dies, then his Biafra will come. Omu Biafra me bakwa like nwa afọ Biafra. Ne bakwa like nwada Biafra. Ne bakwa maka na mama Biafra children. Unu get couple disu upala ishi. unu ga-ekopulu ụkpala na-ama jagharị n'ime ọfịa a na-akpọ obodo anyị isi. Unu ga-ekopulu ụkpala isi. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If men cannot do it, I know, my sisters, we can do it. He is here predicting when my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, will die. That's why he's saying he gives us so many days for Biafra to come, because he is active with them. If you don't see it, well, the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra has said it clearly in black and white. If you cannot do it, please, somebody call a meeting and tell us, because what this that I just read is what was posted. And I know my sisters, thank you, Sister Alakwe, thank you very much, Sister Pauline. Thank you very much, Sister Kiru. Thank you very much, Sister Adam, Sister Chinasa. Day one. You posted this so that this will be read to the hearing of the people who are listening to us this morning. We have done so that you know that only one you will be. You were there, you know be. We are no longer happy that somebody is actually planned. That those of them sat in a room or sat somewhere, planned with other collaborators to kill our leader systematically, and now it is out. Still, we have not counted him among the dead. He is among the living. And I know the prayer warriors are in prayer, and I know the traditional people are in traditional ways doing what they need to do. I call on my sister Mariam Heda. I call on my sister Kilu. I call on my sister Chinasa, Sister Chioma. I call on you, Sister Adama. I call on you, Sister Chinyere. I call on you, Sister Akune. I call on all of you, Sister Cecilia, prayer warriors, people who can do what they can do. Come now and do what you should do. I call on you with me on the radio, Sister Victoria, a known prayer warrior. You people do what you have to do in the spirit, because my leader must come out of that dungeon and live. My sister, go ahead and help me. May God Almighty hear our voice and our cry, because this is becoming an impossible situation. That our leader is being poisoned every day. I really thank God. Can you hear me? Yes, I can. All right. I really thank Almighty God. Our leader will not. You see, there are some people that will die, and they die keeping quiet. Our leader is a lion. He will, even if his death coming, he will not die keeping quiet. That is why he's able to speak up at this level, so that the world will hear. One of our sisters said that when you see a chicken crying, and when the hawk has come to take the chicken, it's not really crying that the hawk will release it, but that heaven will hear and earth will hear. Those who will say, oh, we never knew that something like that was happening, they will all hear. And like my sister is saying, no, this is no longer the time for us to wait. This is time for us to begin to break barriers. If you know offices that you can go and knock to, print some of these papers, take it to those offices. You are not just going to send text messages now. Let there be papers that we can print out and walk into offices and knock on those offices and say, this is what is going on. While we still have the time. Life has no duplicate. These people will make caricature of us. If at the end all of us begin to fight, what are we fighting for when our leader is gone? I'm actually addressing all Biafrans that believe in the struggle. We know that this one we are talking about now, the people, in fact, this government and the government of the world, they all try to break down IPOB. The one that is standing now and remaining and using force in Biafra land, burning people's homes, burning their vehicles, and they are dictating for us when Biafra will come. They are working directly with the Zoo government. And I'm telling them they are lost souls. Just like many of us are lost out here. Many may never go back to that promised land anymore. They are lost where they are. Because you cannot begin to work under your leader to destroy your own leader. And you are pretending to be working with that leader. So all that you read in the school was to use it against your own people, to betray the trust that he gave to you. And all I'm saying, dear friends, wherever you are, open your eyes. The time has gone when they will tell us it is 7, we put it in the bag. We need to count it. Who are you following? Who is your own? Who is pointing out the places for you to step your foot? Who is shining the light that you're walking on? It's unfortunate that so many Biafrans don't even know what is right and wrong. They believe all the lies that they are being told, and they forgot the platform that their leaders started. And now they are following whatever they tell them. Somebody pointing out if I look at everything going on, even they sit at home last week, it coincided with the government sit at home for people to go and get their PVCs. Everything coincided. When they are ordering something, the government along the line is also ordering the same thing. Why won't that tell you something? My people perish for lack of knowledge. But one thing I'm saying is, God, by your mighty hand, release our leader for us. We don't want another person to take your glory. We don't want somebody else to say, oh, if not for me, would you have even come out of that place? Because of me, because I did this, because I did that. That is why you even have the right to come here and talk to me. God, do your miracle. If you did it in the past, if those things written in the scripture are true, do it in our generation again, Lord. Set our leader free. Let it not come by the direction of man, by their directives. Let it not come from that. Let it come because the time has come and you can set him free and set Biafra free. All the people that pretend they don't know, once it comes out, all of them begin to flock towards him. Now we have known that there are, like our leader said, saboteurs. We know now that there are saboteurs even in our own families. People who are fighting against the struggle because they don't understand what it means to them. Dear friends, all we are saying this day is that our struggle has gone this far. We cannot turn back. And now we can see that we are towards the end of the tunnel. It can be very dark. How do we move forward from here? Don't go back home. Let us now begin to come out again. Let us begin to come out again. People in Biafra land, let us now follow the people that doesn't know where they're going. You don't allow somebody who has no plan. You don't allow that person to mess up the plan that you already have. We cannot follow the people who doesn't have the vision. They are enriching themselves. And they are calling themselves Biafran struggle. They are not. Let everybody that begin to plan on how we can go out there and begin to talk to people. If you know offices, like I've said before, it is time for us to do that. Get away from people who are distracting us. Let us be focused, like our leader said. Focus. Working very hard on how we can get to the end of our goal. Biafra is our goal. And I promise everybody, those who care to know, who don't care to know, we already understand the evil behind these things, that Africa will be perpetually made poor. But for us to remain poor is now our decision. If we allow ourselves to be deceived and we stand by and watch and say nothing, by the time it gets to you, there's nobody that will speak for you. Speak now while you have time. Get away from every group that does not tell you the real thing. Every group that you know is working with the government of the zoo. Get away from them. Let us pull ourselves together and fight for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He is the only leader we know. And we cannot watch him die, even as they want him to. We are not going to allow that happen. Whatever you can do, like my sister has said, is not just tweeting. For me now, I believe that we should get up. Tweet if you can. Facebook if you can. Talk to people if you can. But above all, let us all go out there in the street and begin to tell those who don't want to hear that our leader is dying, that justice is being crucified in the zoo. Because if they succeed in what they are doing, like my sister said, nobody else has a right. You can be killed for no reason. Fulani is not joking. They want a nation, and the zoo country and then Britain is encouraging them to get one, because while they are there playing the fool and giving them the little money, they are getting all they want. And we are the people who are going to suffer it, because your brain, your intelligence, everything you have, your children will be exiled forever. That is why our leader is there. Let us rise up and see what we can do while we have the time.
This calls for urgency, and everybody ought to listen. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, we asked this question last week. Why is the West interested in African elections and not in our people? The big picture, I want you to know the big picture and keep it straight in your mind, because if we can focus on this big picture, then we know exactly why we're going to die when we die and why we're going to march into Biafra when we march into Biafra. They want to do this to shut you and myself up. Biafrans are the ones raising our voice all over the place. They want to shut us up. That's why they're interested in elections, selection. They select people in all African countries to rule the masses, to keep us down. They want to shut me and you up, especially we Biafrans. Another big picture they have in mind is when they're killing us, when they're killing our people, they want to subjugate and subdue us. They want to shut us up, subdue us, make sure that we don't raise our heads and keep talking. And then they want to stop the coming of Biafra. I'm making it clear so that so when you're fighting, you know what direction you're fighting. The big picture is that they want to shut you and myself up. They want to kill our people, make sure that we are subdued, and they want to stop the coming of Biafra. Those are the things they have in mind. That's what they're working on. And so you wonder, why are they supporting Fulanese to keep coming, even when Boko Haram is ransacking everywhere, harassing everybody? The West don't seem to pay attention anymore. Remember when the Chibok girls happened? Oh, please release our girls, release our girls. Are there no longer girls being kidnapped in the north? Are there not villages being ransacked every day in the north and in the middle belt? Are they not coming to Biafra land now to ransack our villages? How come nobody in the West is saying anything anymore? They have now made a pact to help them subdue the rest of West Africa and the rest of Africa and continue to rape our land. The only interest the West has is what you're sitting on, is not you. Is the land that you occupy, is not you at all. One of the leaders of thoughts in the United States, by the name of Bill Gates, projected how many people will die in Africa out of all kinds of things that he mentioned. Yes, the less people that inhabit Africa, the less problem they have. Okay, let's come home. Our Ogene, who is our gong? Who is our gong? Who is the Ogene who sounds in the land of Biafra and shakes the zoo and shakes the rest of Africa? Ogene. Ogene anyi wu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That's our Ogene. So if this gong stops sounding and shuts me and you up in the process, it is a walkthrough, it's a walkover. They bring whatever they bring, they come to Biafra land, they distract everybody as they have always done, and they diminish whatever you're talking about, and they take as many mineral resources as they want. They go home on the high sea, back and forth, and trash your land, pollute it however they want. They don't care, because they want you dead anyway, and you don't have mouth to speak anymore. They have broken your gum. They have destroyed you. They can do whatever they want. Many empires have died in the world. I know that historians listening to us. Many empires have vanished and their names no more. Do you want the Igbo nation to be added to that empire, that blessed land that has now been taken and gone and obliterated from the map forever? The big picture, my people, the big picture.
Do you want to never ever be able again to say, oh, I'm going home to Biafra land? Do you want to never ever be able to say it again? Does your eyes long to see the palm trees in Biafra land? Does your feet thirst to step? Before in my own dialect, does your steps, do you sometimes feel like I just want to walk through the narrow roads that we have in the villages? Do you feel it? Do you want to drink from your river? Njaba River is in my town. Njaba River crosses my town. I want to wade in Njaba River. One more time, just to say I stepped in it again. Do you have that sense, or have you lost all sense of belonging? Have you lost all sense of who you know and what you knew and who you are, to the extent that you don't want to anymore think of Biafra land? Do you want to show your children what Odara tree looks like? Do you want to show them what Ube tree looks like? Our children eat Uba even in America. Do you want to show them the oil bean tree, Uba tree in your village? I am telling you these things because Nnamdi Kanu, it will be impossible for me and you to dream and actually do what I just mentioned. But those are just a few things. My sister Chinya tells me often when we speak, she says, I just want to go home and eat the natural foods that we have at home and just be. Me too. I just want to go home. Me, I don't even have to eat. I just want to sit in my hut, to breathe the fresh air, to step on the soil, to walk those narrow roads, and to wade in the river. That's all I want to do. And greet my people. That's all I want to do. If you are too removed to know this, please do it for your children and do it for the rest of us who actually want to remember, who want to be there. They are trying to pick up our gun and actually break it. They have started the process of crushing our Ogede. And I don't think they should do that, and I don't think we should allow them, and I don't think we should sit still and watch it happen. With every ounce of being inside of my little body, I beg you all Biafrans, like me or not, love Mazi Iyke or not, he is Ogede. And if you allow them to break it and trash us, we are gone forever. Rise up, great Biafrans. It is no longer business as usual. Rise up. What happened in Ununi is a case study. You could hear the person taking the pictures speaking Igbo. And I can imagine that that was not a civilian speaking Igbo like that, and being so close to them and taking those pictures while they were destroying homes that our people have paid a lot to build. Killed our people in the villages, sitting in their villages. Who showed them the road to the villages? They took armored tankers into our villages and knocked down structures that have been constructed in our villages. Our women ran away. Our children ran away. The men ran away. They killed some. Subjugation. And you say that this is one country called Nigeria. How can a country take a soldier, their soldiers that they have trained for war, and send them to a village in the same country? No, great Biafrans, they don't see us as part of them. They have always known that there is a Biafra territory. That's why they bring their war machines to our land. Think of all other places where these things happen. Do they take their war machines and go and destroy structures and kill people in the villages? No, they don't. Because those parts of their country, they know it's part of their country. Since the 1960s, they have always known that Biafra is a nation, that Biafra is Biafra. It's not them. It's not Nigeria. Will it not then be better for us to die and be recorded in the world's books that people died to save this land than to let them kill us one at a time? 10 here, 5 here. They killed 10 in Ouli. They killed 15 in Awamama. They killed 20 in Izombe. They killed 30 in Uguta. They go to Mbise area. They kill 10 here, kill 5 here. They go to Okigwe. They kill 10 here. They kill 2 here. They go to Aba. They kill this. And they go to Enugu. They kill 10. They sack one village. Put other people to flight and all that. Will it not be better to do what even Dim or the Megochuku did and let the world see them murdering us because we want to save our land and save ourselves than to silently die one piecemeal, one person here, 2 people here, 3 people here? They have killed many of our young men. Young men dead. When you go to your village, you look, this person has lost 2 sons, this person has lost 1 son, that person has lost 1 son. If we keep dying like this, they will eventually take us over. Especially if they destroy our gun. They will eventually take us over and nobody will know. It will be done quietly. I say, and my submission is, that it's better for us to make a splash than to go down without swinging. It's better for us to go down swinging. It's better for us to say, yes, we died in numbers, but we died defending Biafra land. So that at least later on, somebody else in the next 10 generations will remember, yes, they died. They died in numbers, but they will die in it for self-determination, and the world continue to kill them. Just like we are talking about 1967 through 1970. But that war did not start in 1967. It started as far back as 1964, when they started systematically killing our people in the north, in the west, in the east, and started chasing us home. And when we finally collected in our home, and the Ojukwu said, no, you can't cross this line to come and kill us, they came, every one of them. Russia, European countries, Americans, everyone, even Egypt, even countries in Africa, they swooped down onto Biafra land to kill us all off in one swoop. But they couldn't do it because of Ezechukwu Kikabiama. I think, my brothers and sisters, my submission is that if we try to resist them again, they will never succeed in killing us all. Don't let them take your gun and crush it. Defend and protect and provide a way out for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so that our gun of this generation for the total restoration of Biafra will not be taken away from us. My sister, I want you to go ahead and talk about some of the frustrations that we have had this week. The biggest one being that my leader is being poisoned. But go ahead and speak about some of those other frustrations. My sister, every day as a Biafran, home and abroad, and any part of the world, Biafrans are going through frustrations. You know, there's one thing in this life. If you used to eat on the table, and from table you see yourself holding your food in your hand, from holding it in your hand to eating on the ground, it is a whole lot of frustration. Where are we going from here? You have said a whole lot of things that anybody who has a reasonable mind will be able to understand. Where are we going from here?
Biafrans all over the world, like I said before, many of them are in jail. Many of them can never come back home anymore. Many of them are wandering the streets. Many long to go home, but there is no home to go to. Many want to go home and see their people, but there is no home to go to because even though you are home, you don't even know when they'll come and pick you up from your home. The height of insecurity everywhere. And the worst of it all is like what you're saying, quietly killing us. Quietly. Every day, you kill a little bit here, continuously. And the worst part of it is that the people that call themselves the slave drivers of the zoo, the handpicked selected leaders or rulers are there killing even at the background. They started their battle, and now it is clear that the battle is for political reasons. To quiet people from their grassroots. Don't say anything. We remember there was a time crowning people with their what they call it, this Fulani crown. It was going everywhere in Biafra land. Many chiefs were going, if not for our gong, like you said, our leader, Mazi Iyke, beginning to scream out before everybody even knew what was going on. It was already happening. It's like it's stabilized now. Many people are not going for it, at least openly. But many Igbos are converting to Islam to survive. This is a frustration. How can you say Igbo Fulani? Igbo Muslims. This is what do you call it, foreign to us. It's very, very much foreign. So they are taking us in all fronts. Those who don't believe in religion are becoming Igbo Fulani. Those who believe in religion are becoming Igbo Muslim. Those who have talents cannot bring it up. It's a frustration. You can't use it. And foreign countries are all watching out to see these children that are freely talented and they are picking them up. We look at the brain drain going on. Every day, they will pick straight up a nurse in Biafra land or in other African countries. They are all stripped off and brought down here. Why? Because the people that are ruling are not paying the people, and they are all in agreement. They are able to push all the money and put it in their banks, but you cannot take out from their banks so easily. So it is good to keep us in this array so that these frustrations will go on. Imagine a woman and her children and the family, they don't know what to eat in a whole day. They say some countries are living in $1 a day. There are many people in places in Biafra land that don't even have $1 in a week to eat with. They have no place to farm. When they farm, their farms are destroyed. We see the people every day, they're talking about burial. They have to kill 2 people for them to do one burial. Somebody died in the family, you have to sell the land to bury that person that died. There is no leader to speak up and order and advise the people. Everybody is moving like animal without a leader. This is a lot of frustration. And there's over-dependence on those who are abroad. If you have anybody who is abroad, anything happen to you, that is the only hope you have. How come that people that are educated cannot support themselves? It's a frustration in that land. And these are the things that our leaders saw. Our leaders saw it even before we get to know how deep it is already. And he began to speak. Those who want to listen, they listen and follow. But many people are still daydreaming. They are still hoping for a better Nigeria. Where will that better Nigeria come from? When Fulani has agenda to take you over. Fulani is already renaming states, renaming villages in the north, in the middle belt. Those people that are renamed, they are already conquered and taken over. You mentioned kingdoms being destroyed and their name wiped up over the earth. Those people whose names of their villages have been changed and they are already answering the new name, they are gone. That village that has renamed, unless there's a miracle, they cannot come back to their old name. And by the time they come back, they're all mixed up. That is what is going on in Ebonyi State. Half of them are Fulani in Ebonyi State. That's what's going on in Enugu. All these areas are half taken. This is a frustration. And we see people that call themselves leader, all they are fighting is for the brown envelope. How much money will you make and you feel that you have enough when your people are dying of hunger? Igbo people don't used to beg. Now people are begging. You see men begging, women begging, children begging.
those who cannot beg are selling themselves. The rate of prostitution is going high. And yet, we have a nation. You're talking about this armored car. Does the world not know? They know. I mean, that is why sometimes I really congratulate their wisdom. Because they pretend that we are one and they are fighting us like enemy. And those pretense is what people are seeing. They see those pretense that pretend that they are one. We are one in that country. We will remain one. And they are fighting you like somebody in another country. That is double standard, which anybody who has intelligence should be able to know. How can we survive like this? How can we be quiet and allow ourselves be killed one after the other? Like my sister said, a time is coming. Yes, we agree to die wherever we are, but we have to rise up. We agree. Because there's no reason for us to live and we can never see our land anymore. We are willing to go home, but give us our country. So many parts of the world don't even want people coming into their countries, and yet they are forcing themselves in because they have nowhere else to go. Biafrans are one of them. Biafrans are turning wanderers like Fulani, and Fulani is gaining a homeland. What an irony. These are things that are going on every day. And there is no way that people who are in this world that call themselves watchers don't know what is going on. They all know. But my sister, like you said, if it's a prophecy, you just made it this morning. They want the name Biafra to be wiped away from this planet Earth. You know, our children, many of them don't even know the language. Many of them can't speak it. Many of them don't understand it. Even right now in Biafra land, many people are now taking to English as their first language. And they begin to feel their fancy foreign life. That is it. We are going little by little. But I know that no matter how far we've gone, there is only but one day and the revision can be made. But it's not made by us standing by. They gave us Christianity where we are going to watch and fold our hands and everything will be taken from us. But we are rejecting all those religious-wise, political-wise, physical-wise. They want to eat us up. It's time for us to begin to open our eyes and understand that the world was not made that way. Like you say, a swing. If David did not rise up and swing his sling, maybe all their army would have been destroyed. If Samson did not rise up and say, God, give me strength, and he began to do something, the Philistines wouldn't have been killed and their people liberated. So it has always been. There should be, you must have to do something. Is enough of the talking? Let us begin to rise up. Let us begin to rise up. Queen Esther said, if I perish, I perish. There is only thing facing Biafrans is death or death. If you don't rise up, you die. If you choose to sit down, you die. But after all, there is chances that we will gain our freedom if we do more than talking. There is chances that the frustration will be eased if we rise up and say enough is enough. If we tell those people pressing on us and say no more, all these politicians killing the people in the land is enough for us to say no more. Stop killing us. Get off the land. How can only one person put the whole community into flight? And all of us are still believing, praying to God and do nothing. No, it's not like that. When we pray, we act. The time has come for us to change that ideology and ease our own frustration, because nobody else is going to save us if we don't rise up to save our own self. Thank you, my sister.
Thank you very much, my sister. Let me tell you that some of our frustrations is the Igbo man who was sentenced in Lagos, Biafrans in Lagos and around there. Would you please continue to call for less severe sentence for our brother, that he shouldn't die because of 57,000 naira? And do you know they have buried Father Isaac Achi quietly? Boko Haram terrorists continue their rampage in the north where he was serving, and swept under the carpet and nobody is talking and everything is okay again and everybody just goes about.
Those things are so frustrating when you come to really see what is happening to us Biafrans. But this morning, let us bring to you some of the most frustrating factors. Is that some of this memo that was written some time ago to me said the following persons, some are still in detention while others' whereabouts remain unknown to us. Number one, Malaki Moku Chimam Kinsley, last seen at Abatua Police RRS Abuja. Samuel Onu Okigwe Zone, I think PRO. Don't know yet, over a year that he has been abducted, don't know where he is. Solomon Onyebule, Owerri North, DSS headquarters Abuja. Stanley Chukwu Emeka Asa Ohaji, yet to know where he is. Ife Sinachi Raphael Chinaka, Emeka Gonadi, DSS underground cell, later got information that he was sent to Jaja military facility. Henry Onsuka, yet to know where he is. Nnamdi Obi Echena, yet to know where he is. Eze Abuchi Awurum, aka Mobutu, yet to know where he is. Ike Chukwu Nwa Ite, Ugonna Uba Dike, Chinaro Obi Ejesi, Chidiberem Echefu, at DSS headquarters in Abuja. Ndubisi Emmanuel Mweke, Prophet Egel Ole Celestus, Alicia Chukwu, last seen at Abatua RRA. Gift Nwa Ale, Pastor Ogele, last seen at Imo State CID. Ogweke, Chinenye Okechukwu, last born. Paul Okechukwu, Imo State RRS, Imo State, later transferred to Abuja. My people, I am trying to tell you that we have over 120 names on this list. I know where I stopped just now. I'll read you a few of these men and women's names every time now we come on the air. These people have abducted, killed, maimed, just made our people disappear. We don't know where some of these people that we think have disappeared, we don't know where they are. Some of them they have killed. Some of them they have in underground cells. Have you seen such a criminal, sinful Madam Henga or Nigeria that you even builds underground cell to put his people, to put their people? They put their people in underground cells. Wicked men and women that run that contraption. We have really no time to say any more this morning. Our hearts are broken. We sound like we do because we know that something big is being taken from us and we don't want him to go. We want to hold on to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because we know that if we lose him, that it will be devastatingly catastrophic. So let's just drop it here, Mwada Victoria. I will ask you to continue to support ESN. And that's the only announcement I have this morning. Mother Victoria, it is really get off the air. So I will say to you, great Biafrans, jumpstart yourselves and jump into action because, as I normally say, it is really now or never. Because it will not be well with them and it will not be well with us. We've done our part. Please continue to do your part. Let's restore Biafra. And I cannot wish anybody from my heart today to have a wonderful weekend, but I know that you will. They will know Chineke. They will, my sister. Mazi Alozie, Dalo. They will, Mazi Alozie. Mazi Alozie, you're not coming through if you're speaking on the radio. We're not hearing you. So are you coming through?
Are you not hearing me?
Now we're hearing you. So we can leave the podium because you're back on the radio. Thank you, Mazi Alozie. Ndewo, Mazi Alozie.
Ndewono. So the broadcast is ongoing and we will continue because we devoted this day for the awareness of what is happening to our leader Mazi Nnamdi.
Exactly.
And, we'll let our people call in and we'll see what they will say. But I thank all of you for the job well done.
Thank you.
Mhm. The message is clear, and our people that are being informed, it is not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu alone that is going through this. All these youths we have, they are victims. They are victims. We have not left anything for them to be happy about, and they are using politics to reel them in. They are using all kind of things to just work against all these youths. And why will they continue doing this to Ali Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whereas they have other people that are committing offenses? It is the double rule I'm saying, double law they have made for our people. Those Fulanis have different laws, and we in the South, we have different laws. Laws carried out to oppress our people. That's what is going on. Laws to oppress our people. Where are the Ndieze? Where are the Igwe? Where are the elites? Where are they? The ordinary people are the ones who will listen and they run around hoping that we can strengthen them. But those they look upon, those they look up to, are not giving them any courage. And you see how it transcends to the situation of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi. See, our leader has been there. Upon all that he said, upon all the sacrifice his life for, just for us to be alive, just for us to know what is happening to us, nobody